Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Cyber Compliance Countdown. This is actually our second annual, so we're really excited. We actually have around 5,000 people attending today, so we really appreciate everybody coming there. I'd say good morning to everybody here in the US, good afternoon to everybody in Europe. So just a couple little bit housekeeping things before we go ahead and start today. This is only going to be 5 minutes, and we're going to get down to the real stuff, which is just starting off with the expectation of respectful and professional conduct. So we always have to say this up front. SANS Institute strives to create an atmosphere of learning, growth, and community. We value the participation and input in this event and in the industry of people of all genders, sexual identities, cultural and social economic backgrounds, races, nationalities, religions, and ages. Please support this atmosphere with respectful behavior and speech. This applies to all online interactions, including all live comments. So today we have threads on LinkedIn, YouTube, X, and Facebook. If you witness or experience anything contrary to these guidelines, just please tell us at contentmarketing@sans.org. Event communications, live streams. If you have any questions, we do have questions for speakers during and after these presentations are highly encouraged. Just simply drop your questions in our live chat on LinkedIn, YouTube, or Facebook, and our speakers will try their best to respond to as many as we're able to get throughout. So channels to watch, you'll see them right here. We have LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Event communications, join, follow the discussion on Twitter, Compliance Countdown @SANS Institute. So today's agenda, I think we got some really exciting speakers. So we're going to start off today, and I'm going to do a little intro here. We actually have two experts today from NIS2 and actually from ENISA, talking about the NIS2 and the SEC directive. So you're going to hear from the experts. A little later on, you're going to hear about practical NIS2 and DORA tips. That one's going to be at 9 a.m. One, I think it's going to be, and we got a little bit of a treat coming here at 9:35, which is Cyber Jedi training, mastering NIS2 directive and SEC mandate. So you want to stick around, especially for the beginning of that one, because we have a little bit of a special treat tied into Star Wars. We'll have a little bit of a break. We also have James Torella, who's going to be speaking about tools for simplifying regulatory requirements for risk assessment. Then we're going to go into, at 10:50, we're going to be talking about the U.S. Department of Defense's CMMC compliance, and that's going to be done by Kyle Gingrich. And then our final one, I think, is going to be fantastic. I saw the slides for this one yesterday. How to talk cyber to board and C-suites is going to be being done by Heather Barnett. So I think you're going to be really, really, really excited to see this. So resources available. I just wanted to throw this on here. We'll put this in the chat room, so don't worry if you don't grab this right now. But we do actually have resources on NIS2, the SEC, and DoD 8140. One big thing is we actually have a new survey on NIS2 as far as what the challenges are, what should you look for, what are people doing. That's actually going to premiere here in the middle of October. So you definitely want to keep a lookout for that. So right now we're going to start from hearing from the experts. So the moderator today is a good friend, somebody I've known for a long time, Rob Lee, who's our Chief of Research. He also was our Chief of Curriculum. We have Demetra Levry from ENISA. She's the team leader for awareness raising and education. And then we also have James Lopez from the SEC, from the Office Chief in the Division of Corporation Finance. So welcome everybody today.
Thanks, Brian. Really appreciate the intro.
Thanks a lot, Brian. Welcome, everyone.
So I think we'd go ahead and get kicked off. One of the things I would like to do is just quickly go around the room and do some introductions of who's who and your backgrounds. We'll just go around and we'll end with myself. But Demetria, would you mind telling the audience who you are, your background, and your expertise? Why are you here?
Thanks a lot, Rob. Hi, everyone. I'm Dimitra Liveri. I'm the team leader for awareness raising and education in ENISA. ENISA is the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, and actually, we are the main institution that is supporting the member states with regards to implementation of European regulation. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the NIS2. Some little details with regards to what it is in comparison to NIS1, but also I will give you a reflection and some food for thought for the skills that are required or are stemming from the tasks that the critical operators or the essential operators they need to comply with to adhere to comply with the NIS2. 2 years ago, ENISA published the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework. The framework is a tool to categorize cybersecurity skills. So during my intervention, I will give you a combination on how and what kind of skills are required in order to be able to comply with the NIS2. Thank you.
Wonderful. And thank you. Jim, now for you.
So thank you. I'm Jim Lopez. I'm the office chief for the Office of Finance in one of 9 offices in the Disclosure Review Program in the Division of Corporation Finance at the SEC. So I review filings and work with a team of accountants and lawyers, reviewing the types of filings that are now required in different ways to provide disclosure about cybersecurity. So I will be talking to you about the new disclosure requirements. And I'll go ahead and give my disclaimer right now. My statements are provided in my official capacity as the office chief in the Office of Finance in the Division of Corporation Finance at the SEC, but do not necessarily reflect the views of the commission, the commissioners, or members of the staff.
Got it. Thank you for joining. So everyone, my name is Rob Lee. I'm with the SANS Institute. I'm the Chief of Research and head of faculty here. I have 24 years experience in cybersecurity, ranging from digital forensics, security operations work, in addition to offensive operations. Lately, I've been working as an executive with the SANS Institute, leading up all of our content and curriculum, and now most recently doing a lot of work in the artificial intelligence space, governance, policy, workforce development, pretty much running the gamut of working on advocacy and community building. So extremely happy to be here, and thank you all for joining. So to kick off, before we had this session, both Dimitri and Jim mentioned that they wanted to at least give a little bit of background before we immediately jumped into the questions. And I'm kind of curious, would one of you prefer to go first, or is it would just go in the same order as before? Just what do you two think? Or do I have a volunteer who wants to give your thoughts to kick off things first?
Let me start then, because I have already unmuted my mic.
Please, Dimitra.
Okay, just give me a second because I think I have some interesting slides to share.
Oh, please, great.
So, as I told you already, the aim of my presentation would be to show you how what kind of requirements the NIS2 implementation poses for the different operators at stake with regards to their workforce, their skills, cybersecurity skills in the workforce. So very quickly, as you know,
real quick, is there a way you could go full screen on those, just so those who can't see as well as like I can?
I am full screen. You don't see it full screen. Oops.
Oh no, slideshow mode maybe, perhaps. We're seeing your slides down the left-hand side.
Give me a second. Yeah. Something has happened because I had already full screen. Let's try one more time.
No worries.
I hold it this way. yourselves for a while, but now I think it will work. Does it work now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Great. Great, thank you so much. So there are some differences from NIS1 with regards to NIS2. The first and foremost, now more SMEs, more small and medium-sized enterprises are in the scope of NIS2. So we are currently in the status where the member states, the 27 member states of the European Union, need to transpose the NIS2 into national law. The deadline for that is the 18th of October, so in approximately a month's time. And in their national law, they would need also to include the different criteria that set some SMEs, some enterprise in scope or not. But what does it mean exactly for a small and medium-sized enterprise that they need to comply with the NIS2? So from one side, what NIS2 brings is measures for a high common level of cybersecurity. But what does it mean exactly? So what we try to do is to use a tool that you already know, which is the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework, to really understand how the different enterprises can eventually implement NIS2. So overall, organization needs to understand the regulatory requirements and translate them into organizational tasks. Why we say this? There are two types of organizations in scope of the NIS2. These are the essential providers and the essential entities and the important entities. And based on the assessment level that they have, whether they are important or they are essential, they would need to comply with different requirements. It's important to understand what kind of access each enterprise has in internal capabilities to understand exactly how they would meet eventually the requirements of the directive. And eventually they need to assign tasks and responsibilities to the different people, to the different resources that they have to be able to start the implementation of NIS2. So, in a nutshell, some of the common requirements that are stemming from NIS2 are the ones that you see here. Of course, this list is not exclusive. In each sector, in each scenario, there might be some more requirements that would be stemming from the NIS2, but this is the basic. So first of all, the member states and their enterprises need to have cybersecurity plans and policies. They need to conduct risk management, risk assessment. They need to be able to create a community approach to be able to collaborate with the different authorities, ensure compliance with audits, deliver trainings. I will not go through everything, but I just wanted to give you a rough idea. Here comes the Cybersecurity Skills Framework. The Skills Framework, it categorizes all the different cybersecurity skills and competencies in 12 cybersecurity profiles. I would actually, we are hearing every day comments with regards that this is missing and the other skill is missing, and where does this skill, where is it covered? So I would actually pose a question back to you, and if you would like, using the chat, to come back to me and dare to give us an example of something, of a skill that you believe that is missing, because more or less all the different competencies and skills are covered in these 12 profiles. So we want actually to bridge the cybersecurity requirements with the ECSF, these 12 profiles, to understand what kind of informative decision the enterprises need to take with regards to the workforce that they need to build to ensure the NIS2 implementation. I will be very, very quick. This is an example, one role that is required, which is a combination of the Chief Information Security Officer, the CISO, and the Cybersecurity Risk Manager, who would need to take over the task of defining and implementing a plan or a cybersecurity policy, to conduct a risk assessment and risk management, and eventually to be the point of contact for authorities and other stakeholders, which is one of the most important pillars of the NIS2. So eventually, using the cybersecurity skills framework, we can combine these two roles and draft the required skills for a new position and be able to hire a relevant expert. Maybe another example, if we want to upskill existing personnel, we assume that there are personnel that they already have a kind of a legal background, and they can combine it together with some cybersecurity training, and eventually they can take over and become the cyber legal policy and compliance officer, where under their umbrella they would have to oversee and assure compliance with the directive, overall to follow all the different regulations where the enterprise will need to comply with, but also we need to take over and inform stakeholders with regards to compliance obligations. So to talk to the management, to talk to the stakeholders. So overall, to have a more holistic view of the compliance status of the organization. Possibly one last example, some outsourcing functions. So the directive requires heavily threat. We require collection of information with regards to cybersecurity threats and to cybersecurity incidents. So competencies and skills stemming from the profile of the cyber threat intelligence specialist and the cyber incident responder would need to be combined into a role or into a service. In this situation, in this example, we took for granted that maybe an SME wouldn't be able to hire one expert on this post. So eventually, they took an informed decision to outsource these requirements. Eventually, what they would need is to find a contractor, so that they would need to take over the concept of collection and analysis of information with regards to threats, but also to be able to take over the instant response part and reporting of the cybersecurity incidents. Of course, this is an interplay between the compliance manager that we saw before, because he will be the one that will be responsible to inform the different stakeholders, and the chief information security officer, who will need to flag in the community. Yes, I don't want to go into the details of the other examples. I think that this, in a nutshell, gives you a good understanding of how the thinking, how the entire concept with regard to cybersecurity needs to change for the new sectors, but also for the new entities from the older sectors that would need to start being compliant with the NIS2. And I'm here looking forward to receiving your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll immediately switch over to Jim. Your comments and intro for the SEC.
Sure. Thank you, Rob. So the new rules that were adopted by the SEC and became effective last December regarding cybersecurity apply to public companies that file annual reports with the SEC on Form 10K or Form 20F. The rules require disclosure on Form 8K of material cybersecurity incidents. Also, risk management, strategy, and governance disclosures are provided in annual reports on 10K and 20F. So I'm going to provide a brief overview of each one of these. But first, I want to mention a few resources. I'm not sure, Rob, if these are able to be linked to in the chat or somewhere, but there have been 3 statements by the division director. That's Eric Girding, the division director for the Division of Corporation Finance. And they're available on sec.gov, and hopefully these links can be provided. The first one was released back in December, and it's an excellent overview of the material cybersecurity incident and annual report disclosure rules. Excuse me. The next 2 statements get into kind of specific topics we've noticed in our review of filings, and I'll mention one of them in a minute. Another link in the resources is to a series of what we call compliance and disclosure interpretations. We often say CDI for short. And these are staff guidance. And there are currently 9 cybersecurity disclosure related topics, CDIs, that you can find on sec.gov in the form of Q&As. And then lastly, there should be a link to the adopting release for the rulemaking. It provides a lot of additional details regarding the rules and discussion of the changes that were made between the proposing and adopting stages of the rulemaking. In response to comments received, the final rules contain a number of important changes from the proposed rules. For example, with respect to incident disclosure, the rules focus on the material impact or the reasonably likely material impact on the registrant, whereas the proposed rules would have required additional details, not explicitly limited by materiality. So for anybody not familiar with Form 8K, it is used to notify investors of a number of different important events in a timely manner. For example, the departure of a CEO. Item 105 was added to Form 8K to require the disclosure of a cybersecurity incident that is determined by the registrant to be material. So when a company experiences a material cybersecurity incident, it must file a Form 105 8K to provide required disclosures within 4 business days of determining the event was material. So keep in mind, it's the company's determination that the cybersecurity incident it experienced was material that triggers this requirement. The Form A must be filed 4 business days after the materiality determination, which may be after the cybersecurity incident occurred or was discovered. It can take time to assess the incident and make the materiality determination. So you may be asking, how much time do we have to make this determination? And the rule requires a company's materiality determination regarding a cybersecurity incident to be made without unreasonable delay after discovery of the incident. So as for the required material cybersecurity incident disclosures, item 105AK must describe the material aspects of the nature, scope, and timing of the incident. It must also describe the material impact or reasonably likely material impact on the company. Required material impact disclosure may not be limited to the impact on the company's financial condition and results of operations. What does that mean? It means that companies should consider qualitative factors alongside quantitative factors in assessing and providing material impact disclosure. For example, companies should consider whether the incident will harm its reputation, customer-vendor relationships, or competitiveness. I mentioned that the adopting release narrowed the scope of information required from what was in the proposing release. Under the rules as adopted, registrants are not required to provide details on the specific systems that were hacked or the status of remediation plans. Instead, item 105 is focused on the material impact disclosure. There was concern that details about the incident itself could provide a roadmap to threat actors for planning future attacks. So the SEC moved away the spotlight away from detailed disclosures about the incident itself and toward the material impact on the company. A quick note about foreign filers: they have comparable material cybersecurity incident disclosure requirements, but they are provided on Form 6K, not Form 8K. And I want to point out that the trigger for the Form 6K disclosures is different from what applies to a Form 8K. Not every material cybersecurity incident will result in a Form 6K for a private issuer unless they disclose or otherwise publicize in a foreign jurisdiction to any stock exchange or to security holders. So as for the, the standard of materiality, the SEC did not create a new bright line or cybersecurity incident specific standard. That was something some commenters had requested. Instead, the standard adopted by the SEC is the same tried and true standard articulated by the Supreme Court in cases like TSC Industries v. Northway. You may recognize the language from the Supreme Court standard for materiality when there is a substantial likelihood that a reasonable shareholder would consider it important in making an investment decision, and that it would have a significantly alter the total mix of information made available. So these are dependent on the facts and circumstances and are not limited to quantitative impact. The release states that a lack of quantifiable harm does not necessarily mean an incident is not material. For example, an incident that results in significant reputational harm to a registrant may not be readily quantifiable and therefore may not cross a particular quantitative threshold, but it should nonetheless be reported if reputation harm is material. Item 105 is relatively new, but disclosure about cybersecurity incidents are not. Companies have provided voluntary disclosures under item 801 of Form 8K, both before and after the new rules went into effect in December of 23. Keep in mind the staff has communicated that it could be confusing for investors if companies disclose either immaterial cybersecurity incidents or incidents for which a materiality determination has not been made yet, if they do it under item 105. That clarification, which you can read in detail in Division Director Eric Erding's May 21, 2024 statement, is not meant to discourage companies from voluntarily disclosing cybersecurity incidents for which they haven't made materiality determinations. Another point in the statements by the division director relates to sharing information with other companies, law enforcement, and government agencies. This is also addressed in one of the CDIs that I mentioned, the 9 CDIs, and it clarifies whether companies consulting with the Department of Justice, the FBI, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, and any other law enforcement or national security agency about a cybersecurity incident, whether that automatically means that the incident must be deemed material. And the answer to that is no. It's a facts and circumstances analysis. Indeed, as stated by the division director in the 2023 statement, companies are encouraged to work with the FBI, CISA, and other law enforcement and national security agencies at the earliest possible moment after a cybersecurity incident occurs. The last point I want to make on the material cybersecurity incident 8K disclosures is on the delay provision. The proposing release didn't include an ability to delay filing for national security reasons, but it did include a question on the topic. Excuse me. As adopted, however, registrants can delay for substantial risk to national security or public safety, but these are presumably rare. These delays are contingent on a written notification by the Attorney General. So that is an overview of the material cybersecurity incident disclosure on Form 8K or Form 6K for foreign private issuers. I want to briefly discuss the annual report disclosures. These annual report disclosures are provided in a company's annual report on Form 10K for domestic companies and Form 20F for foreign filers. So the purpose of the new rules is to ensure investors have sufficient information to understand a company's cyber risk management strategy and governance, if any, and not to influence companies' underlying cybersecurity practices. The rule, which is item 106 of Regulation SK, requires public companies to make annual disclosures about their risk management strategy and governance, if any. Similar to what I said about the material cybersecurity incident disclosure on Form 8K, the Commission streamlined the required annual report disclosures as compared to what was in the proposing release. And that was to avoid being overly prescriptive or empowering threat actors to the detriment of companies and their investors. As for risk management and strategy, item 106 calls for a description of the company's processes, if any, for assessing, identifying, and managing material risks from cybersecurity threats. It must also describe whether any risks from cybersecurity threats have materially affected or are reasonably likely to materially affect the company. As for governance disclosure, the 10K must describe the board's oversight of risks from cybersecurity threats. If applicable, it should identify any board committee or subcommittee responsible for such oversight and describe the processes by which the board or committee is informed about such risks. As part of the streamlined disclosure I mentioned, there is no affirmative requirement to disclose whether there is a cybersecurity expert on the board of directors. The governance disclosure must describe management's role in assessing and managing material risks from cybersecurity threats. The disclosure should address, as applicable, certain processes and responsibilities identified in the rule. With respect to foreign filers, Form 20F was amended to require what foreign private issuers make periodic disclosure comparable to that required in new regulation SK item 106. And lastly, there are structured data requirements. All registrants must tag the disclosures required under the final rules in inline XBRL beginning 1 year after initial compliance with the related disclosure requirement. Thank you.
All right, that's a wonderful segue into the questions. So we have a bunch of questions from those that are attending and a bunch of questions that we've discussed beforehand. We're going to kick off in a couple of bars. So we'll start with the SEC since you just closed out, and that's fresh in mind of everyone. So first question, we hear that folks behind your back are noting that fines haven't happened yet with the SEC and not sure they need to invest the resources into it. So what are your thoughts?
Sorry, Rob, I didn't quite catch the question. Could you say it again?
No problem. So we hear folks behind your back have noted that fines haven't happened yet with the SEC and not sure they need to invest the resources into these new regulations. What are your thoughts?
So as far as fines being assessed, what I'll say is I'll repeat what I mentioned earlier in that these are just disclosure rules. It's just asking for disclosure, and they're not meant to influence the cybersecurity practices of companies. So when I talked about the risk management, the governance, disclosure requirements, those are disclosures that we see that are required if applicable. And so there are some disclosure points that have to be made. And we are, we've mentioned this, that we are monitoring emerging issues, including cybersecurity. And so we may, in the Division of Corporation Finance, and again, that's where I am, I'm not in enforcement, we monitor disclosures and we will issue comments on disclosures where we feel that there's maybe some guidance that could be helpful for registrants. So that's where you're going to hear from somebody like myself in the Division of Corporation Finance. It would be in a comment letter typically, and it would be related to disclosures that have been provided.
Do you think, just kind of a follow on, do you think that actual organizations are not going to be as worried about this until they start seeing any types of action from the SEC being levied? I mean, I guess that's kind of the question in what I've experienced in talking to other organizations, that they kind of have we're kind of looking at it, but we're really not sure how much teeth it has.
By it, you mean the disclosure requirements? Well, the first year that a new rule requirement is out there is kind of an important time. And so as I mentioned, we're monitoring this, and we will issue comments when we see something that it looks like, there could be an improvement or there might be some disclosures missing, but we're not playing gotcha.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so over to NIS2 directive, same here. The kind of similar question, same here. Folks behind y'all's back don't believe that the 27 countries are going to sign up for the NIS2 directive. What are your thoughts, since the question is, do I need to be worried and designated resources to it, since there's concern that not all 27 countries are going to actually adopt it?
Okay, thanks a lot for the question. So all the 27 states will need to adopt it. This is an EU regulation. That means that they are obliged to adopt it, all the 27 of them. However, the fact that this is a directive, it makes the following, it has the following difference than the regulation. So each member state would need to translate the NIS2 directive into national law. which also give them space, first of all, to define which would be the criteria for defining the critical and the important entities, which will be the threshold for the different for the instant reporting, but also with regards to the supervision responsibilities, which would be the most important roles and responsibilities of the different entities at the national level. For example, in some cases, the National Cybersecurity Authority might be the designated competent authority to take over all the tasks with regards to monitoring the implementation of the NIS2 in one member state. In other cases, the supervision might be split by the monitoring of the implementation, for example, in one specific sector. But overall, all the member states will adopt in one way or another. And the deadline is set for the 18th of October this year. But for sure, in many member states, because this is a legal process, it has to go through many stages at the parliament level, at different fora, there might be delays eventually.
Yeah, Mark Blog, that was his question. Actually, I'm glad you answered it. He basically asked, well, all member states make the October 18th date. Word is that not all the member states will make this target. So it sounds like some delays are anticipated by your assertions. Okay, another question, and this going back to, we'll stay with the NIS2 directive. So what are some of the key obligations for essential and important entities under the NIS2 directive?
So there are some similarities, some items, some responsibilities that are kept from NIS1, but NIS2 has been further enriched with regards to their responsibilities. From one side, the most important, the two major pillars of the NIS are the implementation of security measures, whatever these security measures would be, defined for each sector at each national policy. There has to be some measures that would need to be implemented to bring a specific level, a common level for the different enterprises. And the second big pillar is the one of the incident reporting. That means that when a critical an impactful incident is taking place in one of the designated or more designated entities, critical or important entities, they need to report it following specific flow of information, so to report it to different channels. And also there is the obligation to do this in a specific time frame. This is a difference from NIS1. This didn't exist before, but now there is a specific time frame. The new obligations that this directive brings is, first of all, that it brings forward two management responsibilities and obligations. Management in enterprises would need to have an active role with regards to the cybersecurity posture of each enterprise, each entity that is in scope, meaning that they would need to approve cybersecurity policy or cybersecurity strategy. They would need to supervise the risk implementation. They would need to train their staff and have a training plan already in place for internally to get them educated. Another new item that the NIS2 brings is the one of the supervision. The national competent authorities will have a specific role to play with regards to supervision. Supervision levels are different between the essential entities and the important entities. In some cases, we talk about ex ante, ex post supervision. In other cases, we talk about some security audits, some random security scans. So these are some of the new elements that the NIS2 is bringing. Another, if you want to say novelty, or more, maybe it's an extension of the scope, is that the NIS2 would now bring in scope more sectors. So we have public administration that would be in scope. We have a space sector that would be in scope. We have a chemical industry that will be in scope, manufacturing. So new entities are getting into the game. So this brings a completely new theory, a completely new ecosystem for the NIS2, and this is why this requires also the member states. They need more time to get into the transposition.
Yeah, that's a wonderful answer. This stuff is hard, you know, and there have been multiple different directives that have been out there. When I've been working in incident response many years ago, the companies and organizations that I was consulting at really had a struggle on how they internally defined, is this material? Is this an incident that must be disclosed? If there was a compromise with no data actually leaving the entity, does that necessarily mean it's an incident that prompted the timeline? So I think this is where the definitions still are creating a little bit of a struggle across the board, even with the SEC or the NIS2 directives as a whole. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, the earlier questions about, you know, how much teeth is behind it. You're almost going to need to show that there was a potential mistake made in an investigation after the fact, saying you opted not to disclose when you possibly could have. Brian, sorry, back to you, Jim, on the question on, could you explain the specific government disclosures that are now required, particularly concerning the role of the board of directors in the cybersecurity oversight?
Yeah, so sure. So this is the part of the disclosure rule in Regulation SK Item 106. And this comes up in the annual report disclosure. So in your 10K or your 20F, if you're a foreign private issuer. And the disclosures get to risk management, strategy, and governance, again, if any. Just want to reiterate that the rules are disclosure based. They're not meant to influence companies' underlying cybersecurity practices. But as for governance, you know, the Form 10K must describe the board's oversight of risks from cybersecurity threats. And so if applicable, it should identify any board committee or subcommittee responsible for such oversight and describe the processes by which the board or committee is informed about such risks. And so there are additional disclosures underneath item 106, some bullet points, but that's you know, it really is tailored to whatever practices a particular company has. So it is a fairly short section, but I understand that this is a very complicated area. So you know, the governance section of 106 is right there, and you know, this is a new area, and with any other new rule and disclosure requirement, I would encourage companies to work with their counsel to you know, look at the different resources that I mentioned earlier, look at you know, talk to others, practitioners, and work on their disclosures.
Perfect. I just received a nudge offline reminding me to try and nudge this question in somehow. Early drafts of the SEC regulations had a requirement that one of the board members of the company have cybersecurity experience. It apparently did not make the final cut. Can you comment or opine whether you think that was the right move, or do you foresee the future that board level the board of an organization will be required to have someone with cybersecurity experience sitting at that level?
Yeah, apologies. I really don't. That's not really my place to be talking about either one of those things. So, but you're absolutely right. The adopting release did not require an affirmative statement that the board has a cybersecurity expert. There are disclosure requirements about cybersecurity expertise to the extent that there are people on the board and committees, and we are seeing disclosures along those lines.
Okay, perfect. All right, going back to NIS2 questions from George. He asked a question: is there cross-state initiatives for NIS2 compliance as every state implements their own version of the directive?
So thanks a lot. Actually, this is a very good question, and there is no information so much on what is happening in the background, but the member states are working together since the creation of NIS, of the NIS1, to have harmonized approach and to try to ensure that they have a similar level of security measures or of the requirements that are stemming from this. So two specific groups are created under the NIS1 and the NIS2. One is the NIS Cooperation Group, which is comprised by all the 27 national competent authorities, so the authorities that are responsible for the transposition or even the implementation of the national law in each member state, together with the European Commission, together with NISA, together with other relevant European level parties. And their main goal is to achieve this harmonization. So they are issuing implementing acts. We have recently issued an implementing act. The implementing act sheds more light into the definitions, what you were discussing before, Rob. So how can digital infrastructure be defined? Which could be some thresholds for defining enterprises belonging in the sector or not? How will instant reporting in some cases take place for digital infrastructure or for other sectors? So the NIS Cooperation Group is the basic strategic group that is taking decisions and on the definitions and on the specificities on how we interpret the letter of the law. At the same time, there is a more tactical, let's say, group that is created. This is of the national CSIRTs, the computer response and instant response teams, where they have more of an operational role. They are exchanging information with regards to incidents. They're exchanging information with regards to threats, vulnerabilities, and this is actually one of the main actors that an enterprise would need to inform in case of an incident. So notification of incidents would need to involve the national CSIRTs. So there is a lot of work happening in the background. There is a lot of work taking place for a long time in the background. And the aim is exactly that, is to provide clarity, to achieve harmonization, and to try to make as much as less bureaucratic and burdensome the concept of the implementation of the directive. At the same time, the NIS Cooperation Group has as under its umbrella as a responsibility to have a closer look to other either sectorial legislations or horizontal legislations, and to see how these are or not overlapping with the NIS2, in order to be able to give a full-fledged overview to the sectors and to the enterprises with regards to what they need to do for having a more cybersecure posture.
Okay, thank you. I do have a follow-up question on that. And again, we have several more questions. If you really try to get short answers if possible, just on these last few. There's a kind of a hypothetical regarding NIS2. If a manufacturing company located way outside the EU area, let's say Asia Pacific, but I sell and distribute extremely essential products into the EU countries, does NIS2 apply to me? This is from Mark Blagg.
So it depends. The answer is that it depends. The concept is that the NIS2, it introduces the concept of the supply chain risk assessment. So it requires for all the different sectors a risk assessment for their suppliers. So for each different part of this chain, and the products need to be cyber secure, and there has to be some kind of reassurance that indeed they are meeting some specific cybersecurity measures, some specific requirements. So in some cases, maybe not, but in other cases, yes, this might affect also manufacturing or other entities that are not operating in EU per se, but are providing products that are in the end utilized to offer critical services or essential or important services in the European Union.
Thank you. Okay, this is a question for you both. And again, it's more the hypothetical question. Given recent events surrounding CrowdStrike, the CrowdStrike incident obviously was an incident, but how would the CrowdStrike incident fall under either the SEC rules or the NIS2 directive? Are those cybersecurity incidents? Would they be material? Would they have to be reported? I'd like to hear your opinions from both angles. We could start with Jim, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah. No. I'll start out by saying, I can talk about hypotheticals or what the rules require, but I can't speak to an event that happened is out there in the news or an open investigation or anything like that. So just hypothetically, if there is a cybersecurity incident, then the company will need to work carefully to make a determination of whether or not that cybersecurity incident was material. And if they make that determination and say, yes, this had a material impact on the company, then within 4 business days, they're going to have to file a Form 8K with disclosures about the material impact. And that determination, as I said, has to be done kind of without unreasonable delay. So they can't purposefully delay decisions. There also, I wanted to mention that it's quite possible they're not going to have all the information necessary to put in the disclosures, even though they've made the materiality determination. So the 105-8K would be filed, and instruction 2 to 105-8K talks about making it clear that all the available information it's not there yet. So they will then file an amended 105-8K once they have gone through all of the assessments and figured out the additional information that's required by 105, and then provide it to everybody.
So in a nutshell, if it's determined to be a specific cybersecurity incident, which also needs a clear definition, and then for the CrowdStrike, because it's a cybersecurity company and an incident occurred, a cybersecurity incident may not necessarily have taken place. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Yeah, again, I can't speak to a certain, CrowdStrike or anything in particular there. But again, the cybersecurity incident is defined in 106. So if you go to 106 and you look at the definition, and then this tried and true materiality standard, the Supreme Court standard, once that assessment is made, then the disclosures, that's what triggers the disclosure. And we do see, as I mentioned, there's some companies that continue to file voluntary 8Ks, even if they haven't made that materiality determination yet, but they want to get information out there. And so 801 8K is often what they use for that.
Excellent. And then Dimitra?
So in a similar situation, the entity that is affected would need to conduct an impact assessment to understand whether this is a reportable or not incident, whether it is affecting the availability or integrity of the service. If the service is stopped being offered for a specific time, possibly this can designate the incident as a cybersecurity and as an important cybersecurity incident that would need to be reported. And in due time, the affected enterprise would need to inform the relevant authority and the national CSIRT of with specific details with regards to this cybersecurity incident. Again, as Jim said, there has to be some work prior to assess the impact overall and understand whether any of these incidents would trigger the reporting mechanism for NIS2.
Thank you. And I really appreciate both your answers to both of those questions. We are right at the end of our time, and I'm going to kick it back to Brian Correa to see if he has any final comments and to close us out. Thank you. And thank you both for attending. Your answers were spot on, and I really enjoyed listening to all of them.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I appreciate everybody's time today. It was very helpful. As you can see, we have a ton of questions that have come in. Rob, you did an excellent job as far as going through the different questions that were out there. as they were coming in. What we could always do is we could provide you just some of those questions after the fact so you could see what some of the folks are bringing up. It's exciting. We actually have folks from India, from Europe. We have folks even coming in from Hawaii here in the US. So we're actually pretty much hitting all time zones right now. So, but I guess I was going to say, for the two of you, any final comments? We have a break here in 5 minutes, but we can fit that in. Dimitra, do you mind if I start with you of just some final thoughts or something you would want the audience to walk away with?
Sure. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank you so much for this great discussion. I just wanted to say that we are still in the beginning. Just to answer to one or two questions that I saw there in a nutshell, the roles that we have defined are just a helper. Nothing is obligatory. Nothing is required or is stemming from the regulation. What we are trying to do as an agency overall is to give pathways, to give solutions to the different enterprises so that they would be able to have aids to implement eventually the NIS2. The NIS2 is focusing mostly on resilience, is focusing on making Europe stronger with regards to cybersecurity, more prepared and ready to build the defenses with regards to upcoming cybersecurity threats. And thank you so much for your time.
And thank you very much. Jim, any final comments?
Sure. Yeah. So I guess what I would fall back on is what the adopting release talks about in terms of the purpose of the new disclosure requirements. And that is to ensure that investors and other market participants receive timely, decision-useful cybersecurity information that is standardized and comparable across registrants. Because as I mentioned, and from the proposing and adopting releases, it's clear that there were disclosure practices that vary quite a bit. And in terms of kind of when they were provided and what level of specificity. So again, the rules are disclosure based. They're not meant to influence actual practices. And they're meant to provide the market participants with timely, decision useful and comparable standardized disclosures. And thank you very much for having us.
And thank you for the two. So Rob, I'm going to finish with you as somebody who's been an expert in this industry now for 25 years. So I think you started like me when we were both 12. So any thoughts or anything that you'd like to kind of conclude with?
No, I mean, yes, I appreciate you saying that, but the new regulations that are coming out are much needed. We all need to figure out clear definitions. We all need to be playing from the same fairway, using the golf analogy. This stuff is going to be hard. It's going to be a lot of questions, and there's going to be eventually some, in my opinion, some teeth behind it in order to get full compliance across the board. It's one thing to kind of make it pseudo voluntary for it's like, here's what I think the definitions are. But just like other SEC initiated and European directed initiated regulatory mandates, the cybersecurity stuff is going to be the bedrock of what is going to be a lot of the standards that artificial intelligence and others are equally going to be leaning in on. So in my opinion, it starts here. There's going to be a massive amount of changes and interweaving between these regulatory mandates and what is going to occur with the implementation of artificial intelligence across many industries as well. So I am very eager and supportive of these initiatives, and also acknowledging the difficulty of the job of trying to explain, trying to educate, and trying to move forward with adoption correctly. So we could all work together and be playing from the same sheet and understand that, even though you have a brother or sister company out there, they also equally have to be playing from the same rules.
That's awesome. And hey, I do appreciate everybody's time today, all three of you. So I did think that was really helpful So coming up next, this is going to be a really interesting one. And so this is from Bijan Zenja, who's actually a SANS instructor. And I've been able to hear him in the past as far as talking about NIS2. He is actually quite an expert in this area. He has also been working on our NIS2 survey. I know I mentioned that in the very beginning. I have seen a preview of it. I can tell you right now, it's got some excellent info sitting in there as far as learning, as far as the audience of what their challenges are, what they're doing, how they're changing some of the stuff, what they're looking to do in the future, just kind of what people are thinking. And it also has some comments. It also has some resources on there. It has some places to go. But today he's going to be talking about practical NIS2 and DORA tips. What do you need to know? So let me go ahead and pass it on to him. And it looks like we're right on time.
Yes, perfect. Thank you, Brian, for the introduction. It was really interesting to listen to the discussions that we had before, and hopefully I'll be able to add some, maybe a little bit more practical thinking into how to get compliant with both NIS2 and DORA. And now, well, based on previous discussions, everyone is probably aware of already that we could have this presentation running for probably 3 days, and we wouldn't cover absolutely everything. So I'll try to perhaps go over most interesting things in the next 30 minutes. So just to very quickly introduce myself, and I will not spend a lot of time on this slide. My name is Bojan Zdrnja. I'm the CTO of a company called Infigo, which is based in Europe. So due to this, obviously, I was quite a bit involved both with NIS2 and DORA, by being bombarded with questions from various clients. I'm a SANS certified instructor. I teach and I'm a co-author of the SEC 542 course, which is Web Application Penetration Testing. And I'm also teaching the SEC 565 course, which is the red teaming course. So it is very applicable to some of the DORA requirements that I will touch later. And just for the last thing on this slide, as you can see, I'm also an interest on center handler, and I always have to do a quick shout out to Johannes Ulrich, who is creating the Stormcast podcast every single day. So I think this should be definitely on your to listen list, so you can stay up to date with what's happening in the security world. So, well, 2024, right? This will be probably remembered as the compliance year, as we have both NIS2 and DORA and a zillion different presentations and documents being released, including one that will be released soon by us as well. So I'll talk about it when there will be time to talk about that particular document that is based on a survey that we did. But before that, let's just see about how we can perhaps get one step closer to being compliant with the NIS2 and DORA requirements. So first of all, one of the things that I wanted to stress out here, and something that I got asked quite a bit, is the fact that there is no single tool or application that will really make you NIS2 or DORA compliant. And I'm quite confident that this was stressed out very, very nicely in the previous presentation or discussions that we had. But I wanted to kind of reiterate this one more time, because I constantly see emails in my inbox and various salespeople contacting me and asking if I need certain tool to become NIS2 or DORA compliant. Both of these regulations are actually around processes, and risk management being the most important process that we need to implement if we haven't already. And of course, we cannot say that tools or applications or devices will not help us achieve that compliance, but they are not the sole source of being compliant with NIS2 or DORA. So these two regulations will, they do rely on a large number of processes that we need to establish in our companies if we are subject to NIS2 or DORA regulations. And we will not just solve everything automatically by buying the best CM product or firewall or IDS or IPS system or two-factor authentication system, which are all more or less required, again depending on our risk assessment, but they are not the magical source of us being compliant. So why do we need these regulations in the first place? And this will kind of explain some of the things that we will want to kind of cover by being compliant, is that in the last couple of years, we really witnessed a very, very growing number of threats. And I'm sure that absolutely everyone saw a large number of ransomware attacks, Logbit being probably one of the biggest, something that we hear about all the time. And there's a number of emerging threats that we kind of need to deal with, or we will need to deal with in next few years, or maybe even a decade. We always have some new exploitable vulnerabilities, perhaps known vulnerabilities that we are not protected against. And again, in the last year or so, we can see that there are a lot of new waves of deepfake AI attacks, something that we will have to deal with in the future, no matter what. That being said, in the last couple of years, again, we witnessed a lot of supply chain attacks. Back in 2020, I'm sure everyone is aware of the SolarWinds attack, but besides that, this year perhaps we saw one of the maybe most impressive and scaring attacks at the same time with the XZ SSH backdoor. And this kind of really emphasizes the need to look after third-party security or supply chain security. This is one very nice meme or graphics that I like, and again, I'm sure that a lot of people saw this already. We very nicely show how our modern digital infrastructure, which kind of consists of amazing products, also perhaps in dependencies uses something that is very, very fragile. Maybe I would say, or perhaps the most well-known case where we had a product where almost everyone relied on, which is OpenSSL. Again, I'm sure everyone knows about OpenSSL. Back when it was hit with the Heartbleed issue. This happened in 2014, so almost exactly 10 years ago. And what was perhaps a little bit scary back then was the fact that, if I'm not wrong, OpenSSL actually at that time had only one full-time developer employee, which is kind of very scary for a software application that we really very, very hardly rely on in our day-to-day life. So no wonder that our regulations recognize and emphasize how important supply chain security is. So both of the regulations that I will talk about in next 25-ish minutes recognize third-party supply chain security, and they kind of stress it out as something very, very, very important. So let's go through some of the NIS2 requirements, and maybe let's take a little bit more practical view on how we can handle some of the requirements, and then we'll take a look at DORA, which is perhaps more specific, meaning that NIS2 at this point in time at least is a little bit still, let's call it in the cloud, while DORA perhaps with level 2 documents, which are RTS documents, maybe defines requirements a little bit more, but there's still a lot of things that are perhaps not clearly or fully defined yet. So we have to keep that in mind as well. Now, I won't go into many details about NIS2 because this was covered quite a bit in the previous session. most of you who are here are probably interested into some of the practical things that we can do with NIS2 requirements. But just to briefly go over this, obviously this is quite a bit of increase in scope comparing to the old NIS1 regulation. Now we have two types of entities, critical and important, which will have different requirements. And probably the most important date here, which is 17th of October 2024, when the EU member states are supposed to transpose the directive into their local national law. As far as I checked, so far only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 countries actually did this, which are Belgium, Croatia, Czech Republic, Finland, Germany, Hungary, and Poland. There is some information around other member states, but it's to be honest, actually quite a bit difficult to figure out what is the current status of transposition for different EU member states. It is quite possible that some of them will be late with this, but we should still try to be as compliant as possible with current information as we can. So let's take a look at the NIS2 requirements and how we can try to achieve that compliancy again as much as possible in advance. So when we split NIS2 into some top level requirements, there is around 10 requirements that kind of jump out as being important over here. So let me go quickly through some of these, and perhaps again from my point of view and how other people in my company are handling this, emphasize the approach that we should take by in order to achieve NIS2 compliancy. Now, one of the slides before, if you remember, I said that there is no single tool that will make us NIS2 compliant. And of course, there's no single tool that will make us 100% secure. Everyone knows that. So one of the most important things that we need to have in place with NIS2 and DORA, as we will see, is actually proper risk assessment. So if your company is perhaps ISO 27001 certified already, then for such maybe more mature companies, I think that both NIS2 and DORA will not be such a big issue. Sure, there will be some things that you will need to do in order to be compliant with both regulations. But if you are on a little bit higher level of maturity, if you are already perhaps compliant with some other regulations, then I think that we will not see that many things that we will need to modify. So risk assessment should be our first step, together with some kind of a gap assessment. So again, if you're a CISO in a company who needs to look after compliance with both NIS2 and DORA, I believe that the first step should be to perform some kind of a gap assessment to see which of the requirements you are fulfilling, which of the requirements are missing, what is perhaps something that you need to do from scratch, something that you don't have at all. And then based on this gap assessment, and I'll show you one example at the end of the presentation on how we approach that. Based on this gap assessment, you can see which requirements are the most important, which requirements will require you to put most effort into achieving compliance, and which are something that perhaps you are already on a high level of maturity, so they will not require that much activity from your side. Besides risk assessment and having our security policies, which is something that we base all the other activities on, really, NIS2 puts a lot of emphasis onto incident handling. And I noticed that this was the subject of discussion in the previous session quite a bit, so I don't need to spend a lot of time on this. But there are strict requirements on reporting of incidents, and this overlaps with DORA as well. So DORA puts a lot of emphasis onto incident handling too, and especially information sharing. Business continuity is another important topic here, where again, based on some of the incidents that we witnessed in the last couple of years, we can see that managing backup security and having a plan on how to recover from incidents is something that is very, very important. Supply chain security I already mentioned, and I will have a slide about that when we get to DORA. So let me just go through other 6 NIS2 requirements. There are some interesting requirements here, some perhaps that kind of stick out, because initially we talked about risk management, and then we have a very specific perhaps concrete requirements about use of multi-factor authentication or any continuous authentication verification solutions, which is again part of the NIS2 requirement, something that when performing some tests, we see quite often being implemented on the external part of our networks on internet, but perhaps not that much on our internal networks. Notice that here, again, we have a number of different requirements. Some are technical, like procedures that we need to have for using cryptography and encryption. And there are perhaps some which are maybe just administrative, such as policies and procedures for evaluating effectiveness of security measures, and maybe some controls about human resources, which also includes need for education, which must not be ignored anymore, because this has been recognized by something that is lacking quite a bit in organizations around Europe. So that's why NIS2 puts a lot of emphasis on this. Of course, as I said, we could talk about each of these requirements probably for hours and hours. So let me just go through a couple of other details, and then we'll touch on few that we can actually offer really good practical recommendations right now. Before we do that, and before I actually talk a little bit about timelines, just to remind everyone that NIS2 actually increased fines quite a bit for being non-compliant. And this is probably one of the things that worries people a lot. So we can see that there are two categories here for critical and important entities, depending on your type of entity. Fines are different. And what's also interesting here is that NIS2 actually introduced similarly to GDPR. So that's why a lot of people say that there are some similarities with GDPR in Europe, with NIS2 as well. There is also personal liability, which means that now the liable person in the target organization, if they just kind of put checkboxes on their requirements to kind of fake compliance, if there is an incident that happens, and if it turns out that they actually weren't compliant, they will be personally liable for this as well. There are a lot of requirements that I had on the previous slide. So what does this look like really in the real world, and what will happen to us? When do we need to achieve compliance here? So again, I'm not very happy when I see a lot of emails in my inbox saying that on the 17th of October, we need to be compliant. If you're not, then you are facing horrible fines and stuff like that. Well, first of all, you need to check with your national authority on the process, depending on which EU member state you actually live in. What you can see here on this slide is basically how things will develop in Croatia, where we have certain dates which already have been communicated by our national authority. And notice that actually after the national authority performs classification, because at this point in time, organizations still do not know, well, some of them do know whether they are critical or important, but some are not sure whether they will be critical or important entities. Your national authority will do the classification. Again, depending on your member state, some dates could be different. And then we'll have certain period in order to achieve that compliancy. So notice that the dates that have been communicated by our national authority here, there is a large period of time after which compliant assessment will happen, which means that no one should come and knock on your door on 18th of October while not all things have been clearly and concretely defined yet, and then ask you to be fully compliant with NIS2. This is a process. It will take some time. National authorities are aware of that. So we should obviously strive and try to get as compliant as possible, but it will not happen overnight. Everyone is aware of that. So no matter what you've done so far, if you haven't, I definitely suggest that you start with a gap assessment, identify your weak points and start working on them. And this is valid no matter if you need to be NIS2 or DORA compliant, because again, we need to go through the set of requirements and then see what is our level of maturity and compliance with each of these. So let me jump to DORA, which is actually a little bit more concrete and better defined than NIS2, I would say, even though there is a lot of questions about DORA as well. So DORA, or Digital Operational Resilience Act, as you will see on one of the following slides, basically covers financial industry, but also third-party supply chain providers that the financial industry relies on. So actually, at the end of the day, there could be quite a bit of entities and companies that need to be compliant to certain measure due to DORA requirements. Now, comparing to NIS2, in DORA, we have 5 main areas, plus 1, which is the last one, oversight of critical third-party providers. And they are perhaps a little bit better defined. So these 5 important areas, as you can see here, are the ICT risk management. So again, very, very similar story to what we had with NIS2. Notice that they will overlap quite a bit. We have ICT third-party risk management, which is actually management of our supply chain of third parties that we depend on. We have a requirement for digital operational resilience testing, which is actually penetration testing or threat-led penetration testing, which is a specific category that DORA introduced, and I will cover that in a minute. And we have quite a bit of requirements about incident reporting and information sharing. The last one is a very specific requirement from DORA, which is oversight of critical third-party providers, where actually DORA specify that for providers of critical third parties that the finance industry depends on, and this will be, honestly, I believe, mainly cloud providers and perhaps telcos, they can be subject to direct oversight by the specific supervisory body in that particular country. So if you are a big financial institution, a critical financial institution, and there is a critical third-party provider, for example, a cloud provider that is hosting some of your critical services, they may be subject to direct supervision. So not through some kind of perhaps questionnaires and contracts with that financial institution, but maybe directly by their supervisory authority in that particular country. So that is one additional area that I believe will cover mainly cloud providers. Now, if you go and read DORA, you will see that, first of all, there's quite a bit of reading to do. So if you read transposed national laws for NIS2, DORA actually provides you with even more reading. And with DORA, we have 2 levels of documents. And perhaps what also should be stressed out, although I'm sure that those of you who are affected with DORA are already aware of that, is the fact that DORA does not need to be transposed into national law. It is already a regulation that is EU-wide. So DORA regulation already applies to all EU member states, or obviously financial institutions and other organizations that it affects. Now, the main DORA document, this is the level 1 document, which does not contain specifics on how to perhaps implement certain requirements or audit them, which is something that we would like to know, because obviously that will help us figure out whether we are compliant or not. So we have level 2 documents, which are called RTS, Regulatory Technical Standard Documents, which actually define more precisely requirements on how to achieve compliance with some of the top 5 areas that we mentioned on the previous slide. Now, even with these RTS documents, it's not completely clear to how to achieve certain compliancy, and this will again be subject of some of the supervisory agencies that you have in your own EU member states. This kind of makes sense because, to be honest, when you're writing like a broad regulation, it's very difficult to write something concretely and very specifically when you know that this particular regulation must be applied perhaps on one of the biggest banks that we have in our country or in the world, and maybe to a small crypto exchange that has only 3 employees. It's difficult to kind of juggle between the requirements here. So there is no wonder that the RTS documents are perhaps not completely clear. There are still some that haven't been fully finished. So again, as with NIS2, there are still some things that are perhaps in the cloud. So just a quick overview of who is covered with DORA. Basically all financial institutions, banks, credit institutions, payment and electronic money institutions, and so on. Perhaps what's interesting is that crypto asset service providers are covered with DORA as well. They need to be compliant. And also third-party ICT service providers, which are providing critical services to any of the above mentioned organizations. This is actually quite important to be aware of. So we already mentioned third-party ICT service providers in NIS2, which puts a lot of emphasis onto their compliancy, and obviously DORA requires the same. And again, when we talk about DORA, I believe that at least in the finance industry, there is a high level of maturity already that we are dealing with. So I would expect that DORA requirements will not require an enormous amount of effort by financial institutions. Sure, it will be it will contain certain requirements that we perhaps need to become compliant with. It will require certain investments into security. That is absolutely true. But I'm hoping that this will not require some huge changes. I'm hoping actually that organizations are already on that maturity level, that this will not be a huge impact to their operations. So regarding the third-party ICT service providers, there are a couple of requirements now which make sense quite a bit. And the first one is that now all the organizations that need to be DORA compliant must actually create a very detailed catalog table of all third-party providers. This will require them to actually identify their critical services, and we will see later in a few minutes that a lot of requirements in DORA are actually based on critical services provided by financial institutions. So for all of these services, we will need to have a very detailed catalog of all third-party providers and even their third-party providers, because there are now levels in any supply chain that we are dealing with. So again, DORA nicely recognizes that if your third-party provider is just some kind of a front-end shop, and then they have another third-party provider that does everything for them, well, that second level will be involved in this risk management and risk assessment as well. So you can't really hide your third-party providers anymore by obscuring them perhaps with some front ends. Now, how do we actually get this table? Even though it maybe sounds simple, sometimes it's very difficult to enumerate and see exactly who we rely on. So usually the best suggestion here is just to ask your procurement. See what are you paying for, what are you buying, and then this will identify certain third-party providers that we have. When possible, we should also rely on technology, so we can, if you already have, do some attack surface management. So hopefully this will tell us what is our maybe external exposure. What we need to do here is to, once we do proper risk assessment of our third-party providers, we need to have a plan on what we will do if something happens to them. What if they get breached? What if they get hacked or there is loss of service and we really require on them? We need to have some kind of an exit plan. And this is what I think will actually require most of effort, because maybe historically we haven't been doing this for every single third-party provider, and now we will need to enumerate them correctly, have a document around this, do proper risk assessment, and have some kind of an exit plan. So one requirement that is probably the closest to what I do is the digital operational resilience testing, which is the pen testing requirement. And again, probably the closest to what I do, because I do offensive security and I actually teach the red teaming course. So again, I got a lot of questions around how to approach this. And there is perhaps a new term that DORA introduced called threat-led penetration testing. I'll cover that in the next slide. But basically, the idea behind this requirement is for us to have really a holistic and systemic testing approach. So we should be aware of goals of the testing that we perform. We should be aware of scenarios that we are doing. So DORA will not allow us to just perform vulnerability scanning of every single system and then call that a penetration test or something, even red team anymore. We shouldn't have been doing this before, but it will not be possible to again perhaps hide our activities as maybe it was possible to do before. And now we should have a mature process that you can see on this slide, and I took this from the SEC 565 course, where we should start with some simple engagements such as vulnerability scanning and vulnerability assessment, something that actually DORA says that we should be doing regularly, weekly, maybe even daily if you can. Then there is a requirement for penetration testing, which should be done on a yearly basis for critical services that we provide. And then for some critical financial institutions, we should go with red team or adversary emulation, which is actually a different requirement that we have here. So besides defining these critical services that I mentioned, on which we should be regularly performing both vulnerability assessment and penetration testing once per year, we should see about performing those more advanced services that we can do on such environments. Now, there is a requirement that companies performing these tests are independent. This does not mean that you need to have someone do this externally. You obviously can, but you can have an internal team if you are big enough. You just have to be independent from the rest of your perhaps IT department. At this point in time, DORA did not clearly specify requirements on testing companies, but this is something that will happen in the future as well. So it will be a little bit more clear on who is qualified enough to perform such activities, which means that we will need to obviously invest into education there as well. So for just last two slides to wrap up the presentation, as I said, I could probably continue talking for 3 days about this or until I ran out of batteries. Just to mention that most advanced service here, which is threat-led penetration testing, I just wanted to clarify this a little bit because this is something that I get asked about constantly. So again, the aim for this was to make organizations resilient to advanced sophisticated attacks. And DORA-based threat-led or penetration testing, or TLPT, largely on the Tiber EU threat intel-based ethical red teaming document, where the activities are very, very clearly defined. So we need to do simulated or emulated attacks. The difference is that in an emulated attack, you are actually emulating a known threat actor, while in a simulated attack, we are using some of the tactics, techniques, and procedures that these threat actors are performing, but we do not emulate them completely. Not all entities will be mature enough for this. It does not make sense to perform a threat-led penetration testing if you never did a proper penetration test or a vulnerability assessment, because this means that probably your red team will achieve their goal very, very quickly, and then you didn't get a lot of benefit out of this. So we'll need to get to a certain level of maturity to actually get benefit from threat-led penetration testing. And I believe that supervisory agencies will also recognize this. So they will probably require that this is done only by those financial institutions that are actually mature enough, while others will be pushed into achieving that maturity level in the next period. So just to wrap up, as you probably know, the deadline for DORA is 17th of January, 2025. Again, I believe this doesn't mean that your supervisor will come on 18th of January, 9 a.m. in your bank and ask you for audit. Try to be prepared as much as possible. Perform a gap analysis, identify your gaps, and start working on them. So this is how we do it in my company. Very, very simple. I saw that there are some applications that you can use online. You can have like an Excel table when you can just put all the areas by DORA or NIS2, depending on what you need to be compliant with. List the sections, list the requirements, and then check which processes you have already implemented around this. so you can perform the gap analysis and see what areas you need to invest most into. And with that, I almost ran out of time, but I'm still okay. So thank you for being here. I saw there's quite a bit of questions and some good comments on the chat, but maybe we have 1 minute. I don't know. Brian, up to you to decide how to go next. So thanks everyone for being here.
I was going to say, I think we can do one really quick question. So I'm going to throw the first one I can think of on here. When an organization is already subject to DORA and is compliant, could it be that organization is also subject to NIS2?
Oh, so that's a good question, and absolutely it could be. So in NIS2, obviously, there is a bunch of critical infrastructure that is governed by financial institutions, in which case they could be subjected to NIS2 as well. But I think that DORA is perhaps more strict. So if you are compliant with DORA, NIS2 will not be an issue for you at all. You should be able to cover all of the compliancy regulations very, very easily.
Hey, well, I appreciate your time because I know we're just right at time. So the next presentation is going to be, this is one I think it's going to be fun. I'm a big Star Wars fan myself, so I always love anything that ties into Star Wars. So this one is Cyber Jedi Training, Mastering NIS2 and the SEC Mandate. So when Steve did this last year, if I'm correct, Steve, you had about 65, 66, 67 slides. I want to say you did in less than 30 minutes. So I tried to see if we could actually get a clock this time where we could see how many slides you could do per minute, but couldn't get that through. But I think we got something that's even better to kick this off.
Okay, let's see how it goes then. I think I have 56 slides. Let's see how this runs.
Steve, I don't know if we lost you just there for a little bit.
Is it there? Is it running?
It is there.
No sound? It's not putting the sounds through. So you have to hum the Star Wars intro sound yourself. This is an interactive presentation, okay? So just say da 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 da. I'm not going to sing it for the rest of it. So you can stop humming Star Wars now, and let's get into this. Okay, right. I'm Steve Armstrong-Godwin. I've been now with SANS for nearly 17, 18 years. I've been in security for nearly 30. So what I'm going to talk to you about this time is, because we talked last time about a lot of the SEC new requirements, I'm going to talk about some of the updates. I'm going to talk about some of the things that I think could be useful, and how things like AI and stuff can help us actually do some more exercise development, etc. for our teams. So that's just quite good from SANS in 2023. We'll get you the link, but there it is if you do not remember it. So Yoda told us that always in motion the future is, and I think on the back of Bohaz's great presentation there, you've seen how much regulation is coming in. And I'm not going to dwell in because I think you gave a great detailed presentation of some of the NIS and some of the DORA requirements. So what we need to remember is these things are not static. They are very much being dynamically written around the threat that we're seeing and around people's compliance, because there's only so much compliance that you can do in a certain period of time. And whilst people say, oh, it'd be great to be like super secure, as those people who've been in security for many years know, you can't suddenly take an organization and make it change always of going into being more secure rather than just suddenly trying to tick some boxes, etc. And as we want strategically secure organizations, it's going to take us a bit of time. So the kind of thing I'm going to very briefly talk about, because I think we've had some great presentations earlier, some of the NIST scope, etc., some of the key dates which we've already covered, etc. But I'm going to sort of twist into what that means for IR and IM, because that's really more sort of what I want to focus on. Because a lot of people think, these regulatory compliances are just it's a tick box exercise, but actually it's not. It's actually some real grassroots stuff that needs to have been done to make sure you're going to be fully compliant. So Bo has probably covered this quite well already, but so the essential and the important entities. And remember the difference between the NIST and national tech authorities, your own country, helping you as an organization to be more secure, and you having to do various bits of reporting, etc., around that. So it's slightly different from the SEC's driving force, which is more of a making shareholders more aware and sort of making people sure that people are actually informing people who actually have an invested interest, investors in your organization, more aware as to what's happening. So the NIS2 very much is a prevent sort of aspect, as you can see just there on the left-hand column. But the fact is, it also very much leans into the whole respond aspect. And response these days is going beyond your own boundaries. As Bohan rightly pointed out, so much of the new regulations, the DORA stuff, the NIS stuff, and the SEC is very much focused your supply chain, and therefore it's not just about IR and incident response and incident management sitting there and saying, oh, it's not on our network, it's not a problem. Very much your supply chain is your problem, both now as a regulatory requirement, but also a technical requirement and a human requirement. You need to reach out to your third-party suppliers and see what kind of skills, what kind of capabilities, and how we leverage them if either we or they get impacted. As I mentioned, I've sort of already covered this. The real NIST driver here is it's different to the SEC mission. The SEC mission is more about notification to public entities. The NIS1 and NIS2 stuff is all really about informing national technical authorities. And the good thing is about that is if you are doing a NIST declaration or if you're doing a DORA declaration, and you're being a little more open in your sharing. The differences in some of the awareness and sort of the reporting times, Bohan's already covered this, as I said, is 24 hours is really quite early from when you first become aware to your national technical authority, and then following that up in 72 hours. People, when they first started talking about these dates and times with it, saying 24 hours and 72 hours, those are really quite tight schedules. But I think in a modern incident, if you don't know within 24 hours or later at 72 hours what has happened, you're probably never really going to be in a position to actually uncover what's happened on that incident, because you really should, after 72 hours, have a fairly good grip on it, even if it is a major ransomware level compromise. Thanks. Your national legislature, but that the maturing aspect, as we know, for all government sort of regulatory driven requirements, will be slightly evolving, as we mentioned earlier. So the technical documents haven't even been fully finalized in various sort of regulatory requirements, and I expect this will also have an element of bedding down, and we'll see sort of new updates coming out of these. So although we're only sort of a matter of 8 weeks, 6 weeks away from this NIS2 deadline, I don't think it's going to be too much of a worry. And if you haven't actually already started your gap analysis, I certainly think with with just over next month, I think it's definitely something you want to start considering. SEC, as I mentioned, very much is a public supporting organization. So make sure the organization that they have invested in. And that's certainly within their new, and this came in sort of December last year, 23rd of December, their definitions of an incident are actually really useful. And if you haven't already lifted these into your own documentation, I would certainly encourage you to do so, because certainly that keyword right in the middle of the screen there, that jeopardizes, is a real standout one for me, because it's not just a case of, yes, we definitely have an impact on our confidentiality, integrity, or availability, but that word jeopardizes really does open up the sort of the gambit into saying where you think something is at risk, even though you haven't actually had an impact yet. Other nice thing I'd like to point out down the bottom is those two words, owned or used, definitely bringing supply chains in here. It's not our problem. It's somebody else is hosting that system, etc. We're just putting our data into it because it is part of your data and it is used by you very much in the requirements. And what do we need to report to the SEC? As already mentioned, so it's got to be a material impact. What is material depends on the size of your organization and the nature and the scope, etc. So really much a dynamic thing, which means in the middle of your incident, you're going to have people saying, do we need to make a regulatory disclosure? And you're going to have a discussion. That is an interesting thing when you start and get technical people, okay, technical people in a room, incident responders, incident managers, and now people who deal with regulators and all the people in between. Because if you think that an incident responder talks to somebody who makes a simple this whole chain of approvers before anything gets submitted to a regulator. So think about before, when you said, oh, yeah, we have an incident, we have a problem, you might do a briefing. Now you're going to have to consider how you're going to brief the regulatory liaison people and how you're going to inform them, explain to them the impact of that incident, so they can then make an appropriate decision as to whether or not the organization needs to, should, and is required to make a disclosure to your regulator. And that's just on the SEC front. So here's one of the new ones that came out. Was mentioned sort of on the website. The 16th of May, this new one came out to capture covered institutions by this new people who are basically dealing with investors, which I think is a good thing. It's sort of separate from the direct finance industry. Brokers, investment companies, and it's looking about how they are protected and how they themselves look after their customers' data. And I think this is going to be an interesting aspect, because again, where it focuses on the supply chain. Key aspects of this change that's just come in is the requirement for an incident response program, a notification requirement, and service providers. The last 2 points, scope, etc., record keeping, fairly normal sort of administrative aspects of this new update, but I'm going to focus really on those first 3 things: incident response, notification, and service providers. Now, although it's sort of coming into force very soon, they're giving people plenty of time to comply. With large entities, 18 months, and smaller ones, 24 months. And 24 months really is a really good especially when you look at actually what the requirements are. 2 of them, I think, are fairly normal and fairly routine. The last one's going to be the difficult one. So let's look at it. So standard stuff: incident response program, policies, procedures to make sure you can identify impacted information systems, customer information systems. Now, why is this going to be interesting? This will be slightly hard for some organizations because it requires you to actually say, where does customer data go? Because if you look at where you start, you may turn and say, oh, we have a customer database here, but where actually is the entire customer sort of, that whole journey that they make from knocking on your digital front door to actually being a full-blown customer? All of those touch points, where are those systems? Okay, those are categorized, leaning on both the DORA and the NIST and the SEC requirements, as you're going to see in a second. Who supports those systems? Are they internally supported? Are they externally supported? So again, understanding not just where the data is, what system is it on, and who supports that is a very key thing. You might say, now, but see, that's not an incident response thing. Well, actually it is. Because if you look at a SOC and an IR thing, one of the first things they do is when they see a system has been impacted, is they're going to go to the asset database and say, what does this system do? However, have you ever gone to an asset database and thought, my, that's a quality database? No, we haven't, because the sort of, it's been IT pushing these things, and business support units have never been greatly keen on actually updating these things, which is sad. huge numbers of people inside the organization. But certainly from the IR point of view, being able to go with that and say, this system serves these applications, which serves these business functions, which has this data and is supported by this organization. Those two things are absolutely critically important when you look at the modern incident response plan going forward. So linked to that, once we've then identified that we have actually some customer data impacted because of an attacker being on that system, close to that system, or maybe intercepting that communication, we then look at the second part of this new update, which is this response requirement. Notification requirement. Now this is slightly different, and I like where the SEC is going with this because it applies to all customers. And if anybody's sort of dealt with large sort of US organizations before and you've had a breach, you'll know that sometimes the people doing the notifications and those informing them are much more of a, which states do we need to inform? And whilst I can understand that is being compliant with regulations, I don't always think it's nice, because I'd much rather see, if you have customers impacted, they're all notified. And that's what this legislation brings in, or this regulation brings in, which is great. Now, the 30-day notification is less than some states, and it's more than other states. And the requirement to notify customers is different, is sort of new for some states as well. So I think this is a really good thing. But again, it comes down to now your incident response process has to have, admittedly, 30 days is a fairly to notify internally your staff who are going to put together the correct messaging to go to the customers and say, we think your data has been impacted. And then to be able to sort of issue that notification and get a confirmation that it was received by the customer and has been suitably acted upon. So that's a good thing. I should point out that getting the positive confirmation from the customer is not a requirement, but I think in this modern age, if it's not, it will be soon. And also, I like to see the fact that we have positively notified customers and got a confirmation, whether that's a response from an email or it's an acknowledgement in an app. Maybe you're an app-driven organization. I think it's important to say we have sent out a notification and our customers have acknowledged and received that information, which is good. So that's the notification.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Just to give you a little bit of a heads up, your AirPods, they're kind of popping a little bit. I didn't know if we could switch to a mic on the computer.
I am on a mic on the computer. This is my mic here. Hello.
Okay, you're sounding really good right now.
The AirPod. Oh, okay. Shall I turn? I'll turn up the gain then. Shall I? Pop, 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 pop. Is that better?
Perfect.
Is that better now? Okay. Cool. I just turned up the gain. It was okay in the background. Apologies for that. Apologies if I've been dropped.
Oh, no worries. No worries. It would only pop every once in a while, but it's sounding better now.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. Right. So hard parts. This is where I think it's going to get really kind of messy because, and I'm kind of surprised. I'll be honest here. I'm kind of surprised at the timelines on this. This one now is other service providers. You're thinking that's okay. A good organization should be monitoring their key suppliers in their threat intelligence. Certainly, I've got my threat intelligence team. They're very much monitoring our key suppliers to see whether they pop up on the various internet forums and various hacker channels to say, "Hey, I've compromised this team." And sometimes we see it as fast as the supplier. That's one aspect. But this requirement for their service providers to take appropriate measures to notify them if they're seeing something within 72 hours of becoming aware. Now, that's a funny timeline. But also, I think it'll be interesting to see how this plays out when you have a US-based organization for which this requirement is applicable, dealing with a third-party supplier who's not in the US, and trying to enforce this contractual change and this notification change may be something that actually, given the 18 months, 2 years, is something you need to talk to procurement about now. Because certainly what I've seen in most organizations is they haven't got that contractual requirement if you have an incident to notify us at all, let alone notify us in 72 hours. So I think this is going to be a real hard part, and it's not a technology hard part, it's a contractual, and it's a sitting down and looking through all my key suppliers and saying, right, I need to go out and reach out to these people and say, you need to, as a contractual requirement, change to notify me within 72 hours. Okay, and that's not a small piece of work, because I know, having run a business for many years myself, suppliers. You could be looking at literally thousands if you consider states having their own suppliers, if you go, regional offices, etc., etc. So I think this is really going to be where a lot of the hard parts are going to come in. And I think this is more likely where an organization will become unstuck in several years down the line when they have missed this with a long-standing contractor, maybe, or one that they didn't realize was as critical as they are, to the point where you end up that the third party gets compromised and then an appropriate notification isn't done by the organization. So timelines, we reported some of these last time. So all the ones in green are the ones we talked about at the last, sort of back in September last year. Yellow ones that say the SEC, the 72 hours for a supplier to notify an entity of an issue concerning a breach. 30 days to notify customers. And to be honest, the 30 days to notify customers there, it kind of almost stands out a bit, considering if you look at the middle of the screen there, the 4 business days requirement to notify the SEC if you have a material incident. So it's almost going to be a case of there could be a 26-day window where a customer goes, oh, look, that organization I've invested in has got a problem. And then, 26 days later, they get an email going, oh, you're a customer of this organization as well. We have a problem. You'd be like, so I'm surprised that's not been brought in, but we'll see how this sits as it goes forward. So, as a lot of these things, detecting the activity, managing things is really good. But if you don't actually sort of inform your appropriate regulator, you're going to end up getting fined. Or worse, getting the regulator's interest can sometimes be worse than a fine, because actually getting them when they're consistently coming back in to talk to you is a difficult bit. So so people say, well, yep.
I was going to say, we're still getting some popping sound. I didn't know if we could switch to AirPods. The other thing we could do is maybe turn off your video, just so that way we could see the slides.
Okay.
Because we see good old baby Yoda, who's my favorite.
Okay. Let me just let me pop up this one, and let me just check. You might see this here. Let me just check my audio set, and I will come off my microphone and go onto my AirPods. You see, you want me?
Let's see if that makes a difference.
Okay. How's that now? Is that better?
Oh, better. Yeah, let's keep going that way.
Okay, we'll get there yet. We'll get there. Right. So here's the funny thing, and back to my exercises. I love my exercises. So people say, oh, we'll just do a notification. And I put this up last time, and it's still a very valid thing. The time to complete an 8K notification is not small. And if execs turn around and say, this is the time to actually complete a form. So if you actually think about how long will it take us to actually go through and pull the information together to be able to complete the form, that's going to be huge. So it's very much a really good exercise to sit down with whoever's going to be doing your regulatory notifications and say, let's have an exercise. Let's do a tabletop and work through how long we think this is actually going to take. And not just talk about it, but actually fill in forms, talk about an incident, talk about a scenario, and see how long it gets together. Because then you can really understand how far in advance you need to start filling in those details to make sure you hit your deadlines. So the other thing you got to remember is, in the middle of an incident, your execs are going to be, facing some really big challenges. Not just the technical problem of the incident, but also the regulatory aspect, but also the staff, because you've got to inform your staff as well as to what's happening. Especially if you're offline, your staff are going to be concerned, and you're going to have to fill them in, and your customers. So you've got an awful lot of sort of timeshare demands on your execs, which means if you've practiced these things, if you've gone through these things before, then you'll be in a much better position. Where do we get all this information from? How do we get all this information to feed and notify our people? Well, it comes from the IR team. The people are actually on the ground down there looking and seeing what's going on. They need to be able to talk then through to the incident managers who have got that oversight, okay, as to what this sort of the main impacts are and likely impacts that are going to happen in the next period of time. So again, these people all need to be practiced at talking to the various bodies and discussing with execs about how they're going to deal with this. And this is not minor incidents. I'm talking about fairly major incidents when you're talking about, black swan type activities. Now, the problem that we face is that we constantly have this problem about, we say, let's talk to the SOC, let's talk to the IR people, etc. But actually, a lot of these people aren't used to talking to senior executives, because certainly if you're doing regulatory notifications, you're not talking about some junior people. It's going to go right up the chain to make sure that you're doing the official notification is clean. So SOC talking to boss's boss's boss is the scary thing, you know, and literally it is talking to the execs. And the worst thing you can get is in the middle of an incident is a grumpy exec, because, you know, execs in a mood are they're not the most sociable of people. And why are they in a mood? They're under massive pressure. We've got that four-way split in their time, and they're not getting all the information that they need. So this is something definitely worth practicing. Practicing so that people can then inform how they can talk to the exec in terms of, you know, what they are, who, you know, Mr. Exec, you want to understand about business impacts, you want to understand about risks, you want to understand about where and when and the time to remediate. Well, those are all things that the SOC can pull together, but it's usually not in a format that either A, the exec is ready to digest, and it usually has to go through some other people to make sure that the system's impacted gets translated to a business impact, gets translated to future risks. And that's a translation process that has to happen, and it needs to be practiced. Okay, because ultimately, if people don't know what they're supposed to do in a major incident and they've never done it before, it's going to be a really rocky process. So I say plans are great, and a lot of people say we have an incident response plan, we're all ready to go. We think we're fully compliant, etc. But making sure that you can get access to your plans, that you haven't put them into a system that is currently offline because of your attack. So making sure you have redundancy and resilience in your plans is super important. Making sure that you've actually practiced your plans and you've gone through a whole process of running through them. So the first time you're not looking at them is that when you're actually trying to run through them, because that would be horrendous. Okay, so a lot of people turn around and say they have got NIST plans, we're aligned with NIST, that's awesome, etc. But as I regularly point out, these plans are not always the most articulate when you get into the response stage. Eradication recovery out of a 50-odd page document, and the NIST 800-61R2 was written about 2012. This is all they have about remediation recovery. If this is, you go reach for this in the middle of your ransomware incident, you're going to be definitely disappointed that you haven't got enough content in there. If you have an incident response plan that is aligned around this, again, you're not going to have enough flesh on the bones. And this is the problem that people face when they deal with these major incidents. So when you're talking about sort of getting people ready to do some sort of notifications and some sort of updates to regulators, etc., actually pulling together all this information is a really good exercise. Being able to get people to write concise briefs about what has actually happened in the incident is super, super valuable and a great exercise to do. Powerful things if you're going to deal with your team is to get them to understand. I think it's one more. What has happened? Have you identified the entry level? Do we have visibility? Where is the attacker in relation to our customer and sensitive and regulated data? An amazingly powerful question. Even if it's just the attacker's over here and our customer data is over here, that could be enough as long as I know there's a few firewalls in between. But getting that level of articulation is super, super important. Understanding what business has been impacted and how many accounts have been impacted and what the remediation plan is for those is great. Being able to understand what the plan is for the next 24, 48, and bingo, 72 hours, because in 72 hours time, we may need to do a notification. So what is the plan for that? What position will we be in 72 hours? How far along a remediation? Because if I tell the regulator now, it's a mess. If I tell them in 71 hours time, just before the cutoff, then it'll look better. And that's super important. You see, what can I give as a good message? Especially if I'm doing an SEC 8K notification, it's going to go to all of my shareholders. I want the best message possible. So saying to IR, okay, this is where we are now, but where are we going to be is a great thing. Who's coordinating it and who's doing our first submission? What is our big chicken time? When do we have to have this done? And have we zeroed our clocks as to knowing when this is to make sure that somebody's actually on the ball and somebody doesn't go, oh, in 10 minutes time, we need to do a notification, because that ain't going to happen. And who's going to release it? Because this is an important, what is in that release chain? What is the normal normal regulatory release chain, and what is the out of incident? 3 people are on holiday, it's happening over the winter holidays, etc. What's going to happen then? Who's the approval stack in there? Making sure that those people are aware of that. Have they done any training? Or are you going to ask them for a decision based on something they've never seen before because somebody told them, you're my deputy over Christmas? So good thing to do. So as I always say, exercise, exercise, exercise all the time. Because as Ben over there says, there's no such thing as luck. You don't want to go in and say, I've got a policy and I think we should be lucky. That's not a way to be. That is not a way to have your plan. Because, we talk about, plans for food, it's called recipes. But if you've ever had some burnt food before, you're thinking, wow, somebody can't even follow a basic recipe. And you still end up with massively burnt things, even though it was a fairly simple guide. Now, a recipe is like 1 or 2 people and about 4 or 5 ingredients. Imagine if you have 40 or 50 people and multiple ingredients, all the different systems. How is that recipe going to look? So having a good practice is awesome. Having some good training for people with, I would say, a proper under pressure environment where you're not doing a nice tabletop. We're actually doing a little bit of semi-live, doing a little bit of under pressure to put them through a Kubler-Ross change curve. This is also known as, sort of if you've lost a family and loved one, they talk about that as the sort of, that curve that you go through, that emotional chain that you go through. Getting execs in, putting them through an emotional curve where they feel the pit of their stomach and they're like, oh, this is bad. They will never forget that training. So actually build environments to put people in that kind of training is brilliant, because then you see what they're like under pressure. You see where the processes are followed, where you see people just ignore the book and do things the way they want. That is great training. So when I'm doing my exercises, I bring lots of people into play. I bring in as many people as I can, just to be able to get good exercises. Bring them in and bring them out. And that's a brilliant way of actually just seeing not the plans, but the people thing. The how you communicate. How do you share information? Can you even share information? Are you in different systems? And the one system between the two of you is maybe email. It's currently offline. How do you share information now? Some great, good questions to work with. Working with business units, executives, various cloud admins, bring them into your exercises. See how you work with them. And then afterwards, push them out again. So you don't have to have everybody playing every time. But if you take those as your core people, but also think about, have you got retained incident response? How do you invoke them? How do you get them involved? Do you have insurance that will bring incident response teams? How do you get them involved? Have you ever sat down and said, here's our systems, give them a little demonstration as to how they work? Great stuff. Have you got some disaster recovery press? Because if your systems are offline, who's talking to the press? And how and where? And where's that script come from? All great things to work out, because the disaster recovery PR people are like, okay, we need a script and we need a message. What's your message? And then you're like, oh, we haven't got one. Well, best you get one pretty fast. And your legal team, but also your supply chain. Have you ever done an exercise with your critical supply chain? Have you ever said, how do we leverage you? How do we involve you? If you're certainly, if you're knocked out, how do we, as Mohan mentioned earlier, how do we transition to another supplier? These are great exercises to play, even just at tabletop or at sort of full technical exercises. If you do these, you tend to find that communications improve with exercises, documentations, and the need for documentation. People go, we need to write this down because we didn't remember this stuff. The knowledge and the practice means the documentation becomes useful and people get used to going through it. It's like going to the gym. You go there to exercise, to practice, to get that muscle memory. It's the same with business processes. Get that muscle memory. If you do one exercise a year, are you really going to be good? Other things, looking to find out what things look good. What does good look like inside your organization when you've done regular exercises, you've worked with external people, and you've got people who go, we are comfortable, we could deal with most incidents, and you need to do that. But also practice everything, right from incident initial response, right through to exec briefings and regulatory notifications. Practice those. Practice how long it takes to do them. Okay, and then scale these things up. See what it's like when you have not just 5 people involved, but 55 people, 100 people. A big exercise is a good thing. You may only do once a year, a big one, but those are really good to get people together to see what these things are like, to see what they're like under pressure and what breaks. So here's some couple ideas, very much in theme as we close out. If you want to see play, I've made an exercise generator. If you go onto that link there, it'll take you onto ChatGPT. You can give it, as you can see there, I gave it a Star Wars malware, 5 servers, and I gave it a list of people, and it came up with a nice 4-stage scenario. Have a go, have a play around with it. It'll produce all the stuff. If you want slides, say make the slides for the person introducing it. If you want some pointers for the people assessing, say make some guides for the people doing the assessment. All there in ChatGPT. And I like playing with ChatGPT. Really good fun one. I always say this is a really good one for a simulated exercise. Have somebody pretend to be maybe a supplier or somebody and play for them the SunCrypt ransomware. It's a 3-minute video. It forces your execs to be quiet for 3 minutes and listen to a ransomware operator saying, we have stolen your data. We have encrypted part of your network. Pay us or you go out of business. That's a really sobering thing. That emotional curve, massively in there. Okay, get them to have a play with this. If you also want to have a real good fun one, again, another ChatGPT based one, I have a Russian threat actor who basically you pop in there, you say what your company name is. I'm using a made up one here, and they will sort of try and do some negotiations, and you try and get out of paying them. They'll be like, no, you must pay. Of course you can, and they will force you down that. And you say, no, how do I know you're the attacker? Okay, again. They will turn and say, yeah, I can prove who I am. So have a nice little interactive one. Again, put the execs under pressure. Play the SunCrypt ransomware. Say, let's now do negotiations. And then be like, but we have a negotiator for this. They can't get here for another 3 hours. Ransomware operator wants to talk now. Push them down this route. See what it's like for them. Take them through that journey so they understand the kind of things that they're going to have a go with. Okay, I love this. This is all ChatGPT made up. Password clocks ticking. Other things, and if you do this kind of stuff, people will be like shocked, and that's what I want. I want that shock journey. I want them to actually have a go through this. Another example: stolen plans. Okay, you put your plans in your R2 unit, and they've been encrypted by somebody else, and they've been stolen on the underground. Okay, again, a nice simple one. Take that simple text, put it into ChatGPT, and it'll make the whole exercise for you. These things don't have to be hard. People say, I struggle to come up with an exercise. It doesn't have to be. Okay. Third-party supply chain, as we mentioned already, you've outsourced your Cloud City IT systems to a third party and they've been breached. They give you technical services. They connect into your network. Now you're going to say, what are we going to do? It's public that we use these people. They're about to go public. What's our executive messaging? What's our regulatory notifications? What's our timelines? Those are great tabletop exercises to run. Okay. And again, putting into ChatGPT, there's the whole scenario pulled together for you. So get your IR plan, get your incident management plan, practice with your regulatory notifications, practice everybody in your disaster recovery, practice with your other people, including your supply chain. Get them in on some of your exercises. Say, you're critical to us. Let's do an instance. Let's see how we work together. Okay. If you like this, come across LDR 553, where we deal with cyber incident management, which is where a lot of this stuff plays. If you have any questions, I will answer them in the chat later on, or reach out and grab me later. I think I'm on time.
Ooh. And Steve, how many slides was that? Let's go
56.
Around. 56. Wow. That I think we did in 30 minutes. So just a quick follow-up, because we're going to move on to James here at 10:15. That's Eastern Standard Time. We got a lot of really great comments. They loved your presentation. They loved how you incorporated Star Wars. There was especially, I think, a good laugh when the executives came up and who you used on that one. So that there was a lot of, I think people really enjoyed that one. So it's only Darth Vader's, right? His boss himself, right? So
exactly, it's the boss's boss.
Yeah, the boss's boss. So on here, I'm looking at some of the feedback and things along those lines. I did see one question on here. How do you coordinate running an exercise with all of these teams?
So what I tend to do is get your internal IR and your IM team running well before you introduce another one. So everything looks good and looks really polished. So when the other ones join, you're like, oh, your guys are really slick. And you're like, They're like, I need to be slick too. And you're like, oh yes. And then you bring them in, then they mature, and then you push them out again. So you don't bring everybody in for all of these. Try and do a workup to a major incident. And we do a really big hands-on, 200 people involved type thing every year, and it is doable as long as you plan it well in advance and you do lots of little workup exercises. So you say you have a major incident that's going to happen in 9 months' time, an exercise incident, and you do lots of little run-up ones with lots of people. So when they go into the main one, it's not something that they haven't seen before. It's something that they're very much used to. And you go, oh, I just got to play my part, but there's a lot of cogs around here. Because again, I want them to be positive experiences. It's not a test. It's a way to go and train and try things. So you do it in the smaller ones, and then you come together and do the big ones. It's like almost like the military. They do section battle drills, then they do company battle drills, and then do like brigade battle drills. Same concept.
we have two comments on here that I thought was very interesting. The issue on disclosures, just how many you have to notify. It can take 72 hours in and all of itself, which I thought was a very interesting one. And then the second one was communication, distribution management, clear plans, was a comment that we got on here. And so I don't know if you have any thoughts on that one. We did have a question on here. Does the introduction have copyrights on it, or is it available for all Jedis?
Yeah, you can download that video. Yeah, it's from Castle Labs. So yeah, I'll drop that in if people want that. I'll do a separate link for it. Yeah, it's about a 30 meg one. It's quite nice, isn't it?
And I was going to say beyond that, very appropriate this week. I mean, it was a little sad to see the passing of James Earl Jones, the voice of Darth Vader himself. So, and Mufasa from The Lion King.
Yeah, it was. I loved his films and his voice and his iteration, etc. And also Field of Dreams. Gotta remember Field of Dreams.
Oh,
if you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
Which is I should have put that in there. I should have a little, if you build a big exercise, if you have fun and interesting exercises, you build them, they will come.
Oh, I will confess my very first dog was named Mufasa. So that one hit a little hard.
Yeah.
But I was going to say beyond that, Steve, anything to close with or anything you'd like the audience to know? I know I hit you up with 3 different comments all at once.
No, yeah, I was trying to think there was another one there. So communications, having a single source of truth that people can access and update is a really important thing in a major incident when you've got lots of cogs and things, because otherwise people will end up with their own little silos of data. And really, if you're going to be doing anything regulatory, it's good for everybody to know what is being notified to the regulator, so you have a coherent and consistent message across all platforms, because you don't want to have one thing going on in your website and nothing going to the regulator, because people will see that mismatch. So single source of truth that is available to IR, IM, and everybody from the execs who need to be able to see it.
Well, Steve, I really do appreciate your time. I loved your presentation. Of course, I'm a Star Wars geek myself, so you had me at the first Baby Yoda.
You're welcome.
I was going to say we're going to be moving on now to James Torello. So James is actually one of our, I would say, fellows. Actually, he is a fellow, which is a top tier SANS instructor. James has taught. He was similar to Rob. He's been around with SANS now for, I want to say, about 20 years. James, I think you started when you were 12 also. So, but today we're going to be talking about tools for simplifying regulatory requirements for risk assessment. So, James, I'm going to pass it on to you.
All right, sounds great. Go ahead and share my screen here, 1 second. All right, and hopefully everybody can see that okay. Well, first of all, I just want to thank Brian for having me today, and for everybody, and getting a chance to be a part of the presentation today. I had a chance to be a part of this presentation last year and enjoyed doing that, and had some talks last year about cybersecurity risk management and some of the regulatory requirements that have been coming out here over the past couple of years. Like Brian said, I've been here at the SANS Institute, boy, a little over 20 years now, going on 25 years now. And a lot of my research has been in the area of risk management, compliance, the regulatory frameworks. I had a chance to work on the CIS controls project for, 12, 13 years. And in the last couple of years, is a lot of these webcasts that I've been giving, including the compliance countdown from last year. We talked about the theories of risk management, and we talked a little bit about how the regulatory requirements that are coming out more and more are asking organizations to do these risk assessments as a part of what they're doing operationally every year. And this year, what I wanted to do is talk just maybe a little bit more practically. So Brian and I had a chance to talk a little bit about maybe talking a little bit more about the tools that are out there to help facilitate this process for organizations. That's one thing I think in the last year, as I've been talking to clients, I've been getting the feedback quite a bit from people that we have an understanding now that we have to do it. Okay, great. But now what does that mean? What does that look like practically? What do I have to do? What am I trying to show? And so that's going to be a little bit more of the presentation here today. Tips, tricks, tools that are out there. Some of you may have been looking at some of these tools already, but sort of talk pros and cons and kind of what these are capable of here as we go through the next half hour or so. The one thing I said I'd start with is why we're doing what we're doing. Okay, so I want to be very clear. One of the things that, as I teach risk management and consult on risk management to people, one of the things that I focus on is I've talked a lot with people about maybe reconsidering using the word risk as a part of our conversations. It's not that I'm against it by any means. It's just there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding around what we're actually talking about when it comes to cybersecurity risk management. A lot of times people might think that means we're talking about threat management, threat intelligence. People might be talking about safeguard selection. I've heard people talk about it when it comes to vulnerability prioritization. In fact, if you look at the state of New York and the NYDFS requirements, the NYCR 500 requirements, they actually have 3 different definitions of the term risk assessment just in that one regulation alone. So it gets hard, I think, for organizations to understand, okay, well, what is this regulation saying I need to do? Or what is this standard asking me to do? Or what that might be. And I don't, there's plenty of webcasts if you want to learn more about this. I've done a lot of these in the last year. It'll free up at the SANS website. But if I can summarize for us what my perspective on this is the goal of cybersecurity risk assessment, from my perspective, and from, in my opinion, the perspective of these regulations, is to identify missing safeguards in an organization's cybersecurity program that could lead to a threat being realized, and therefore the organization is not able to achieve its mission. And it's that simple. It's a very safeguard-centric approach. And I think if you start to look at risk assessment in general, for the most part, when these regulations are asking you to do that, there's a couple exceptions, but for the most part, they're really asking you, they're saying, okay, are you doing the things that you believe that you should be doing to help you achieve that mission? Are you doing the right things to defend your data? And so that safeguard-centric approach is really what this kind of boils down to. Now, if we take a step back for a second, and if you say, okay, James, can you maybe broaden that down from definition? I mean, at a broader scope, I think it is going to be safeguard-centric. And there's really 2 main pieces that people talk about when we talk about risk assessment. We do risk assessment for the purpose of safeguard selection. In other words, we're trying to figure out what are the good things that we believe our organization should do to help us achieve our mission. And then secondly, we do risk management for the purpose of validating the safeguards that we have in place. In other words, are we doing the things that we believe we should be doing? Now, the reality of the situation is, as much as we want this all to be very quantifiable and based on actuary tables, the people that I'm seeing that are doing that, I think we need to have long conversations with them about the objectivity of what we're seeing, the objectiveness of the data that they're providing. But especially when we talk about that first one, the selection of safeguards, frankly, this is a very subjective process. Lots of organizations are following, if they're doing it all. Frankly, most organizations are simply looking at what are the standards requirements, the regulations they're required to do, and using that to build a safeguard library that they think would be effective. So therefore, when we're doing we're doing risk assessment, really what that comes down to then is we're doing this for the purpose of validating, are we doing an appropriate set of safeguards? Okay, so that's the context I guess I want to establish. Again, we could take a couple hours and sort of flesh it out a little bit more, but for the sake of time today, we just can't do that. So go look at the other webcasts if you want to learn more about that. The model I'm going to be sort of adhering to today that sort of reflects that, what I was just talking about, is from the Cybersecurity Risk Foundation. It's one of the groups that I work with. And we have a governance and risk model that we've published for the purpose of illustrating all those things we just described. And what you can see is on the left-hand side, we have the wheel for safeguard selection. On the right-hand side, we have the wheel for safeguard validation. There's a couple other minor steps in risk management. One might argue asset inventory, asset classification plays a part, business impact analysis, sort of all that same conversation, implementation of safeguards. But really, at the end of the day, what we realized in the last couple of years is that risk assessment really is an overlay to cybersecurity governance. And so what we see is that bottom line there is these are the steps that are involved in a traditional governance program. And then you see these wheels on top sort of expanding or clarifying what's happening there as risk influences that process. So again, at a super high level, 50,000 foot view, this is what we're trying to look at. And this is what I'm sort of assuming going into this conversation. Now, like we've talked in previous webcasts, one of the things that we're seeing then is that lots of these regulations are asking you specifically to do risk management or risk assessment. And over the last couple of years, we built an online database that we use to do research into this area. So I can do queries and mappings and automate a lot of this to go ahead and figure out, what our regulations asking us to do. And as I went through and I did some research into this, and basically I queried about, I want to say like 70 or 80 different standards that are currently in the database. And these are just some of those that are out there that are asking you to do that. So again, more and more there's this assumption in a lot of these standards that the people are saying, we expect that you're going to do a risk assessment as a part of what you're doing. So that all being said, then what I want to get into here today is talk a little bit more tooling and how practically we actually do that. Now, one of the very first decisions I think we all need to make if we're going into this is we need to try to understand in the course of our risk assessment, what's the level of quality that you're looking for? And this is something that I definitely see varies pretty greatly when I'm talking to clients and talking to organizations about what their practices are. We've developed a 5-level system here of what we've observed. And again, these are loose levels, right? These are relatively subjective levels we have here. But the theory being is that the higher you go up, the more quality that you're going to have in your risk assessment. The challenge is this is also going to mean that you're going to have additional costs that go along with that as well. So it's a balancing act. You have to decide, how much money, how much personnel time, basically how many resources do you want to put into this, and then what kind of quality do you expect to get out of it. So anyways, level 1, we sort of say in this model, is attestations. And this is probably what most of you are used to when it comes to these risk assessments. Either we give people questionnaires or people give us questionnaires, or we interview people. But long story short is, I ask you, I ask myself, I say, am I doing the things that I believe I should be doing to help me achieve this mission? And really, I'm relying on people's opinions. I'm relying on the words people say, that they understood my question, that they're answering me honestly. And it's not to say that attestations by any means are bad. I mean, they're certainly not. It's just the level of depth you're going to get out of that may or may not be as deep as you might want it to be. So your mileage is going to vary there. So certainly that's going to be one piece of this, right? Doing that attestation. In addition to that, we can do attestations with documentation review. In other words, I can look and see, all right, do we have documentation that says these are going to be these are policies or my documented intentions where I'm clear about what are the things that I believe I should be doing. So again, that's another area. Level 3, then we can look at adding direct observation to an attestation and documentation review process. So think of it, I could go to you and I could say, all right, are you doing vulnerability management? And you could say, yes. Okay, great. So maybe you are, maybe you're not, but you've told me you are, and it's a certain amount of evidence right there. I can look at your policies. I can say, okay, have you documented your intentions, which helps with consistency, efficiency, and such. And then beyond that, I can say, okay, well, tell me what tool you're using. Are you using Rapid7? Are you using Tenable? Are you using Qualys? Or what tools do you use to actually do that level of quality? And from there, what we can do is I can actually spend time with you or the custodian and say, okay, well, you're using Tenable? Amazing. Let's log into Tenable together. Let's do screen sharing. Let's see how you're using Tenable. Let's look at the vulnerabilities that are there, the exploits that are present according to your SLAs, right? But let's do direct observations to validate that you're actually doing the thing you said you're going to do. From there, we can add automation or continuous monitoring. In other words, maybe I don't just ask a question, are you doing vulnerability management, but I set up a job to go ahead and query the Tenable API and go ahead and pull data from that API into more of a continuous monitoring platform. That's an option too. And we can even get into more what I'll call effectiveness testing, which is sort of a vague definition right now, I think, in the audit community. But what I'm going to normally put at that level is pen test. We can go deeper into a very specific topic to see if the aggregation of safeguards we have in place actually is achieving the goal that we're expecting it to achieve. So again, going into a risk assessment, I bring this all up because you have to make a decision, what level of quality do you want with this assessment? Now, most of the regulations, they don't really specify, right? They're pretty vague about all this, but I would argue most organizations are relying heavily on level 1, maybe a little bit on level 2, and some organizations are getting into level 3 or 4, but the higher you get, the fewer organizations that are utilizing that technique as part of what they're doing. So the result is that most of these platforms, most of these tools that we're going to use for risk assessment that are out there, these aren't going to be traditional tools like, say, Tenable, let's say, or Rapid7. I mean, could you use that, a vulnerability management tool, to look at potential weaknesses that are present on systems? Absolutely. And that's definitely something that we can do. But the reality is most of these tools that we're going to use for risk assessment are more related to Have we defined the set of safeguards? Let's assume that we have. So we've picked a standard of some sort. We've picked the CRF safeguards. We've picked the CIS controls. We've picked the NIS CSF, or whatever it is that we're using as our baseline for safeguards. And what we're going to do is we basically need a tool to track the status of those safeguards, maybe track evidence. And by that, I mean, maybe we'll put notes in, maybe we'll put in screen captures, maybe we'll link to policies, right? But maybe we want to put evidence into that system. Some companies do, some companies don't. We may want to use this to track exceptions to the safeguard implementations. Oftentimes we'll include this as part of a risk register process. So that might be part of what we're doing. And likely we're going to want this tool to help us with reporting. So we're going to want to be able to take data out of this platform and be able to use it to report to executive stakeholders, business stakeholders, engineers, right? Everyone up and down the stack there. So a couple different tools I'm going to throw out there to you today to get specific and what our options are. And again, we only have so much time, so we'll do this relatively quickly. I'm always happy to take questions after the fact. Probably the most popular answer here is going to be GRC tools. I'll show you a couple examples of those. Governance risk compliance tools. Still very, very popular today, Microsoft Excel tools. We all want to pick on them, but the reality is they work. I know in our practice, we use them pretty much every day, but they do their job. And so they're still highly popular for doing risk assessments. More and more, we're talking about automation. I'm seeing people utilize tools like configuration management databases, CMDBs. Specifically, maybe when getting to cyber asset attack surface management or CASM products. This is becoming more and more popular to help automate and do continuous monitoring or some version of CMDB, whether it's CASM or not, I guess, so maybe a broader definition there. And then we are seeing some organizations starting, a small % of companies, but some companies getting into business intelligence tools, Tableau, Power BI, and others to go ahead and help facilitate this process. We'll just look through a couple of these. We'll just spend a few minutes. Really just what I want you to do is sort of let you know the landscape, help you understand kind of what your options are if you're looking to do some of this yourself, maybe evaluate if you have these tools in place. You know, one of the tools that I think a lot of people go to immediately is they think, you know, I want a GRC. And, you know, I see this in organizations all the time. I bet a week doesn't go by when people don't ask me, you know, should I get a GRC? Which GRC should I buy? And I think GRC tools are amazing. If you've seen tools like ServiceNow and their GRC module, OneTrust, LogicGate, Aramba, right? There's dozens of these that are out there. And it feels like every week I'm finding there's a new GRC engine out there that people are doing. But what they're doing is all of those things that we just described earlier. They have a library of safeguards that we can use. They're not necessarily going to help you decide the safeguards. Sometimes they will. Sometimes they have some integration with threat modules. Most often they're going to use predefined templates though. And so again, CSF or whatever it is that you're going to use, but you're going to have a safeguard library that you're going to use as a starting point that's going to be built in there. And then from there, you're going to go through, you're going to track the status of your safeguards. You're going to go ahead and upload evidence, maybe into the system. And again, do those things about reporting that we talked about a little bit ago. The thing about GRCs though is this, is everyone I know loves the idea of a GRC. Everyone loves the idea of a CMDB. But the thing I would argue is the best GRC that's out there is a GRC that you're going to use. The number one reason I see organizations abandon GRCs is because people don't use them. The data is bad. And the result is then that because the data is bad, then nobody uses it, it becomes untrustworthy. And then the result is, well, we're just not going to use it. We're going to throw it away. I can't tell you how many organizations I've talked to, and not to be specific, and nothing wrong with the vendor. But if we look at Archer just as one of the more traditional tools that's been around a long time, a lot of organizations I've worked with have thrown Archer away, not because there's anything wrong with Archer, but because they didn't keep the data up to date. They didn't take the time to learn it. And the result was nobody used it. And so they're spending a lot of money on a tool that they're not using. So I also have clients who are buying Archer for the first time in 2024. I'm not against the tool at all. But if you're going to go GRC, just make sure you know that you're going to use it and you're committed. It's like getting a gym membership. If you're not going to use a gym membership, maybe you don't get the gym membership. Maybe you work out at home for a little while first, get some discipline under your belt, and then you go ahead and buy the fancy membership. That's kind of how GRCs work. If you don't take the time to get disciplined first, it may actually cause you more harm in the long run than good. Another one that's out there, Aramba, I'll throw this one out there. It's one of the open source tools, so it's got a little bit of popularity. It's a German company. Again, it's used for all of those things we just talked about: compliance, risk assessments, risk project management. They have a SaaS version. The SaaS version is commercial. You got to pay them a little money for that. But they do have an on-prem version that's open source. And so you don't have to necessarily pay a lot of money for these, but you have to invest time. In every single one of these, you have to be willing to invest time. Now, a lot of people know with the work that I've done, you've probably seen some of the work I've done at the Cybersecurity Risk Foundation, or formerly of auditscripts.com. In fact, just recently we merged the two. For those of you who weren't aware, we actually merged all the resources from Audit Scripts over into the Cybersecurity Risk Foundation. And I think a lot of you have known that for years I've been publishing Excel tools over there that people can use to go ahead and assess themselves. All the newest tools now are over at crfsecure.org. You can see an example of that that's there. So if you're looking for some free Excel tools, there's a treasure trove of some ones there you can grab. But I will say still to this day that more organizations use Excel-based tools for risk assessment than any other tools that are out there. I know it's one of those things where people look at Excel and they sort of roll their eyes and they say, boy, this isn't very complicated. It's not very fancy. But at the end of the day, it does all those things that we described earlier. And I know in my organization, for example, we have a web interface, a web-based assessment tool that we use. In fact, over at CRF, we have one that our customers use as well. But we still have so many SANS students, so many customers who just like the simplicity of Excel. It works, it reports, you get the same graphs, and at the end of the day, you can make better decisions. And we're doing these risk assessments, and we're doing these measures to make better decisions anyways. And so if we have the data and we can use that for better decisions, why aren't we using the simple tools? Why do we have to have the complicated ones? Now, there's reasons why you would go over GRC over an Excel tool, but make sure you know what those are. And if you don't know what those are, maybe stick with Excel, right? Keep it simple, focus on actually doing the good things rather than trying to figure out and track these. If you are going to use some of these Excel tools, again, I know the ones that we make are pretty simple. They use drop-down menus to make it simple to be able to choose options. You can see an example of that there. The idea being that you have a safeguard, and this is true of a GRC, it's true of an Excel tool. We're just using Excel as the engine in this case. But what you do is you just choose from a drop-down. Again, are you doing the safeguard or not? Or is the safeguard's already been decided, but are you doing it? Once you've got that decided, you answer all the questions that are there for the tool. I know what we always do is we'll go ahead and do some sort of graphing. What we're seeing in most of the assessments we're working on is people want 5-point scales. And we've tried fighting this for a little bit. We tried letter grades, we tried all kinds of different options, but so many leadership teams at the end of the day, they just wanted 5-point scales. And so we stopped fighting it, and we're just doing that now. And we're just going to go ahead and sort of build all of our tools to go ahead and just say, okay, well, where do you sit on that 5-point level of maturity? So one of the ways that we'll go ahead and do dashboards is then by scope. I think it's useful to be able to do these based on the team of people that are working on a topic. This way, if I'm in leadership in the organization, I can kind of look across my teams and say, okay, who's doing well? What areas could I have improved? It just kind of helps me visualize that a little bit easier and see what to expect there. The other thing that we've done is we've also overlaid our tools with the CRF's maturity model. Again, yet another free resource out there you can download if you want to read a little bit more. A whole bunch of these PDFs for you to read and white papers for you to learn more if you want to. But what we did is we created this to bridge the governance and risk model with our safeguard library. Because one of the things that we find is that, if you look at one of these aggregate safeguard libraries, there's hundreds of controls that are there. I mean, you're talking roughly over 400 controls if you want to be compliant with sort of a larger set of these cybersecurity standards that they're out there and exist today. And so the question always comes up, well, how do we prioritize these? Which ones of these actually matter the most? And so what we did is we went through a safeguard prioritization process, which is kind of nice. We like it, especially in our practice, just because most of the standards that are out there don't actually prioritize safeguards. So if you look at like the NIS CSF, or you look at something like ISO or 80171, I mean, the philosophy is basically just do it all. And that's fine, right? And that's how compliance standards work. But if you want to start somewhere, right? If you know in 2024 your resources are limited and you can only start, with a certain number of resources, why not start with the higher priority ones? So anyways, we created the CRF maturity model to reflect some of those levels of safeguards. It's similar in thought to CMMI, and a lot of you are probably used to what Carnegie Mellon has done with CMMI. But whereas CMMI is more focused on the quality of a particular safeguards implementation, we wanted to talk about safeguard implementation quality, but we also wanted to give people a set of resources to say, well, which safeguards do I start with? Because that's been a big thing that organizations have been struggling with as far as not getting a lot of good industry guidance on that one. So we wanted to make sure that we were providing that. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead in our Excel tools then is we'll go ahead and score against those. And, level 1 foundational safeguards are really do care. Like we've said, these are the most basic things that every organization should be doing. So if we do a risk assessment with an organization and they don't score a 5 on that first bar, well, then we're going to have a conversation and say, let's get this dealt with. Let's do these standards of care safeguards first. Then we can talk about the other areas. And so you'll see again that we've put these by topic there. And again, you can download the Excel sheet and you can download the models themselves again over at crfsecure.org. It's all the free stuff we have over there you can grab. The other thing we've done too is, so in that particular example, we were using the CRF safeguards, which is an aggregate library for that. But sometimes in the last week, or I guess it was 2 weeks ago, I did an assessment based on the NYDFS, NYCRR 500 requirements. And so in some cases, what you might find is you have to go in and you may want to build one of these tools that's specific to that particular framework you're using. And so certainly I'm showing you my tools, right? So you're welcome to use ours too. That's why we created them. We hope people can take advantage of it. But at the same time, it's nothing to say you couldn't make your own Excel tools also. That's the nice part about Excel is as long as you have the string values, which are the safeguards, you can go ahead and make a list of safeguards that are there. You can go ahead and figure out what your default answers are going to be. You can find a way to build 5-point scales like we see here. I mean, none of this is really that hard. But the nice thing, again, is just having that engine in place. It doesn't take a lot of education. Most people know how to use it intuitively. You don't have to manage a GRC in the back end. So I would almost tell everybody I work with, start with Excel. And then when you find a reason that you need to grow beyond it, then awesome. Go to GRC, right? Or expand beyond that. The other ones that maybe have you look at, if you haven't looked at some of the continuous monitoring tools, I would have you start looking at those as well, or maybe even the CMDBs. If I'm honest and looking at some of the CMDBs that are out there, some of my favorite configuration management databases are custom CMDBs that people have created. The assessment I'm working on this week, for example, the organization was using Jira and Jira assets to go ahead and pull data in. And really what they did was they created a data lake first, a custom data lake. They took all the data from all their cybersecurity tools, the stack that they had, dropped it into this data lake, and then used Jira as the front end to query data out of that data lake. Brilliant. Probably one of the best examples of doing good CMDB I've ever seen. And the data is always super clean and usable, and the team trusts it, which is amazing. And so I've seen a couple of other organizations here in the last year or two take that same approach. And I'm definitely not against developing your own. If you've got a team of people that are passionate about this and they're willing to look at your tools, the companies, I will say over and over again, the companies that I've seen do the best job of this have committed to building their own or customizing their own. So for what it's worth. But the other thing that I'm seeing is a lot of organizations use some of these off-the-shelf tools to help facilitate this. So for example, you see the CASM products that are here, the Cyber Asset Attack Surface Management. If you're looking to get into CMDB and just get started, or maybe dip your toe a little bit into CMDB or continuous monitoring, these are probably some of the tools I would probably look at first. I mean, traditionally, they've always been about asset management. So, I mean, right off the bat, if you're struggling with asset management, I might have you look at this as one of the tools just to get started too. But what they do beyond asset management is they're going to connect to other parts of your security stack and do the normalization of the data for you. So that way you're not worried about doing that piece. So maybe you pull data in from vulnerability management or your EDR software, your cloud service providers, your automated asset detection tools, right? Well, whatever it might be, right? Every parts of that stack. And you can see some of the vendors over there on the right, they're sort of putting themselves in this place. You know, a lot of you have seen Landsweeper. I mean, Landsweeper's been around for a lot of years, and I think they kind of recategorized themselves as a chasm after chasm became a thing. But they've been a great tool for smaller to mid-sized organizations. That's one I would definitely have people look at. Lower price, pretty good tool. Axonius, of course, super popular. And full disclosure, one of our SANS instructors, Lenny Zeltzer, who's been around a long time, is their CTO, I believe, over there. So he's been working with that product for quite some time. But Run Zero, if you look at HD Moore and some of his work, or Balbix or Noetic, or again, there's a bunch of these starting to come on the market. But what it does is sort of like, it's a nice baby step into continuous monitoring. If you haven't looked at some of these tools yet, they've got some good capabilities to get you started in that process. The other one, and again, Axonius is just an example of one of those that are out there. Again, I mentioned Lenny and some of the work that he's doing. Again, it's a commercial platform. Really, all the Chasm products are going to be commercial platforms, but they do allow for integration. And so if you're looking to do risk assessment, you're looking to find out safeguard status and use continuous monitoring. In other words, say, listen, I don't want to just ask you, are you, let's say, do you have EDR on all your machines? I don't want to just look at the EDR window, look at CrowdStrike or Microsoft, or whatever, and see what you have. I actually want to go into your asset inventory and run a report that says how many of your machines are running an up-to-date version of EDR with their signatures updated. And then that becomes a report, not an interview, not a policy review. And so again, this gets you into that continuous monitoring piece that I had mentioned earlier. So again, if you haven't seen some of these tools, I've definitely checked them out. The other one that I'm seeing used, I feel like it's almost a cult following, but organizations are using business intelligence tools as well, Power BI, Tableau, whatever it might be, as an engine to query the security stack. So maybe you say to yourself, listen, I don't want to get into full stack development myself. I don't want to buy Chasm. I don't want to buy CMDB, but I'd love to connect to the CrowdStrike API and run a report, or I'd love to connect to Microsoft and run some reports in Power BI. So there's a lot of these APIs that are available that you can query, and you can use some of these business intelligence tools that are out there. Again, Power BI, of course, is a great example. Tableau, I mentioned, is another example of this. And those dashboards you see there are actually examples of people who have done this. And you can go out in the community and find people who have created these cybersecurity dashboards based on some of the principles that we've talked about here, and basically doing queries of those APIs to be able to report on the status of the safeguard. And again, the benefit of doing all this is that if you get to run that query, it becomes a query, not just an interview, not just documentation review. You have a higher quality, and frankly, you can do this on a more regular basis. You could run this report once a week and grab this data, as opposed to scheduling audit interviews once a year for a week. So it just allows for more data more often, better decision making along the way. So I know we don't have unlimited time this morning. Just wanted to share some thoughts. First of all, we know we need to do these risk assessments. That's part of it. We know regulations are requiring it. We know it's good for us. We need data to make good decisions. Executive leadership teams are asking for this. Boards of directors I work with are asking for this. And we're gonna want to participate in this. Now, not everyone's gonna be required to, but I think most of us are gonna want to. And there's a lot of good tools that are out there to help us track and report the status of our safeguards during our risk assessment, but you're going to have to decide which of these makes the most sense for you. We have a lot of options that are out there for you. Whatever you choose, though, pick something. Again, you've got to be able to communicate risk to leadership. You've got to be able to communicate it to engineers and business stakeholders so you can make better decisions, so that hopefully you can stay on top of these risks of being identified, regardless of the regulatory requirements that are out there. Again, if you want to look at some of the resources that are out there, again, a lot of those free resources I told you about are over at crssecure.org. Again, a lot of free stuff there if you want to grab that. I'm giving another webcast next week. Many of you know every year I do a webcast on a scorecard of the cybersecurity standards that are out there. So if you're trying to decide which standards you want to adhere to, I have a quantitative study that I do once a year, and I'll be presenting those results for this year next week. Also, I've been writing some classes on this lately. So recently we have a 2-day class now, LDR 419, and now a 5-day class, LDR 519. We've run a couple times this year, basically going into a lot more depth in some of the things we talked about today. If you're looking for a fun book to read over the next few months, the one that I've just been trying to digest is actually Fooled by Randomness. It's a book by Nasib Taleb. It's not a Douglas Hubbard book, which of course is sort of the de facto reading for most people in risk assessment these days. Nasib Taleb has done a really good job talking about the philosophies of randomness and risk. It's in the environment of, or in the context of trading in the financial markets, but it really applies well to what we're doing on the cyber side. So if you're looking to read a little bit more, again, it might not be a bad place to check out. Brian, I just appreciate you guys having me here today. It's great to be able to present. And you've got my contact information here. If I can answer questions for anybody after the presentation, definitely happy to do that as well.
Hey, Jameson, thank you very much. That was very helpful. I always love your presentations. Your voice is always so like soothing, and it's great as we're going through everything. Looking through here, we don't have too much time because we're getting ready to start on CMMC, but I thought I would use that as a segue because I know you've done some work on that. So I'd love to, if you could, like in 2-3 minutes, if you have any thoughts about particular CMMC while we're leading into that talk, of things that maybe you should look for, your thoughts on it, kind of, let's just take it from there.
Yeah, I'll just give maybe some really high level feedback. I mean, so obviously I track a lot of the standards that are going through, and certainly NIST gets a lot of my attention, like it does for most people. And, it almost like I feel like if you look at it almost like a stock these days, right? 853 still around, still the grandfather standards, people still reference it and salute it all the time. But the reality is that I don't see as many organizations really charging after it like we used to. That being said, the NIST CSF put out a new update this year. So of course it's super popular and everybody wants to talk about it. But if we're really just being honest, it really hasn't changed much since 2018, just again, some reorganization a little bit. But the one that excites me, I'll be honest, are the things that CMMC is doing with 800-171 and 800-172. I don't always agree with every standard and what they're trying to accomplish, but I've had a chance to talk with some of the folks who developed those documents. And honestly, I feel like their head is on straight and they really have a strong perspective of what does hygiene look like? What are those things we can do that make a difference, that help us actually achieve our goals, defend against these attacks? I mean, it's like any standard. You're going to find pet rocks that make their way in, and they just do. And I'm not against pet rocks, right? It's the nature of cybersecurity standards. But I will say, of all the standards that have been coming out, I feel like the one that gets the least attention, but has potentially the most potential to actually help organizations, might actually be 800-171. And I wish more people would pay attention to it, regardless of the compliance side or the CMMC side. I just think it's a good document, and I hope more people consider it as a part of their strategies.
Thank you very much, James. Well, we're going to go ahead and lead up to our next presentation. So we're actually going to, as we have a little segue in there, kind of fitted it in. The next presentation's by Kyle Gingrich, who's going to be talking about CMMC. So Kyle, welcome.
Good afternoon, or I should say good morning. Hello, Brian.
Well, I was going to say we have people from all around the world. So you do have people from Europe, India, and I even saw somebody from Hawaii, who got up really, really early today to watch all of this. They were on at 8 a.m., so Eastern time. So that's what, 2 a.m. Hawaii time?
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for joining and making the sacrifice of sleep to be here today. So, all right, are we ready to begin? Wonderful. Well, first, I want to thank SANS for having me here today to kind of share some more information with you about CMMC. As James said, there are a tremendous amount of regimes out there in terms of compliance around cyber. But as he indicated, CMMC is based on NIST 800-171, specifically Rev 2. And so what I want to do today is, for those of you that may not be familiar with it, I want to give you kind of an understanding of why this may be impacting your organization. But more importantly, I want to just kind of set the table too for opportunities that may exist for you as somebody working in cyber, as you may be looking to help your own organization, or maybe you're looking for a different path to utilize your skills. So let me first, let's go ahead and move ahead, because I do want to share with you that anything that I say on this particular presentation is not representative of, the DoD's position, and it shouldn't be construed as such. I am part of the Cyber AB. So I run the CAICO, which is part of the Cyber AB, and we are a non-for-profit. And our focus is really, we're holding the no-cost contract with the DoD on the implementation of CMMC. So again, I don't want to make sure that nothing I'm saying is representative of the DoD, or I'm acting as if I am with the DoD. So let's begin. And let's talk a little bit about, why we're doing this. I mean, what is the actual challenge? And I know most of you, in just the presentation before mine here, we all understand that there is a significant threat that exists within the cybersecurity world, and it impacts all organizations. And so when we're talking about actual cyber threats, why the DoD put this together is really to ensure that the defense industrial base that provides, goods and services to the government through contracts are really taking accountability for ensuring their cyber hygiene, right? At the baseline, right? Because we do know that when we're talking about the defense industrial base, there is a throughput, right? So when we're talking about the prime contractors in the defense industrial base, there's an expectation that they will protect specifically the unclassified information that is provided to them through the DoD in facilitating these contracts. Now, I will say this will also roll down to the subs that are working directly with the primes. And we're also seeing that kind of tier 3 below that even being rolled out to CMMC, even though they do not hold the actual contract with the DoD. And the reason being, it makes perfect sense, right? When you're talking about this, you're talking about the whole supply chain, and you don't want to introduce risk at the bottom and then it makes its way up through the sub and then into the prime and then directly into the DoD. So protecting that CUI data is paramount. And so CMC is focused on creating that safeguard for ensuring that. And in doing so, they have selected an industry standard, which is NIST 800-171 Rev 2, to actually do CMMC, to actually set up the practices for CMMC. So what I wanted to talk to you a little bit about too is, what is the threat really? When we look at this, what is the threat? Have we seen this threat? Is it on the landscape right now? And so when we're talking about that, we're talking about really our threat actors. We've got China, we've got Russia. I mean, we've got North Korea, a handful of really nefarious countries choosing to, steal our data. And they're doing it for a multitude of reasons. They could be doing it for corporate espionage. They could be doing it to steal IP. I mean, how many people have you talked to? And I know I've talked to several that find out their organization goes to file for a patent and they find out their IP has already been stolen by China. But in the defense industrial base, which is really where the focus is for CMMC, we're talking about reverse engineering. We're talking about countermeasures. But we're also talking about, really looking at the threats themselves. So let's take a couple of examples of that. So first, if we look at these two scenarios, and these may be very familiar to you, right? So if we look at the F-35 and the Humvee, those are both US-based defense technologies. And yet there are exact replicas of those, or I shouldn't even say replicas. They have actually taken that technology and built their own Humvees and their J-31. And those particular examples, China will actually tout that they have taken this data directly from the US, and we see it on a daily basis. So let's go ahead then and talk CMMC specifically. And I'm going to read this. I usually try not to read slides, but I think this is an important one to just read. CMMC Level 2 is the U.S. Department of Defense's cybersecurity conformity regime designed to protect controlled, unclassified information shared with its industrial base through the certified validation by a third-party assessor. And what that really means is that we are now talking about CMMC is not just this doctrine, right? The rule is not just this set of practices and we just look to, to NIST and then everybody just goes off and does what they need to do. There is an actual ecosystem that has been built around CMMC. And the Cyber AB, as well as the CAICO, which is the Cybersecurity Assessor and Instructor Certification Organization, which I run, we are there to facilitate rolling out this program to a very large ecosystem. And I just saw a second ago, I think we had somebody say hello from the Philippines. The bottom line is this particular regime, when we're talking about CMMC, is global. It isn't just going to impact the United States. We already have other countries such as Canada, South Korea. We've seen the UK. All these other countries are starting to formulate their plans to roll out CMMC and build their own accreditation bodies potentially within those countries. And they do that in working directly with the Department of Defense so that they can understand utilizing this program. If they hold contracts within that country and they're facilitating contracts for the Department of Defense, they are going to be held accountable to achieving a CMC level 2 assessment through a third-party organization. And so let's talk a little bit about broader now about, the rule itself, and then I'm going to talk about the ecosystem. So the rule itself, there are actually two major components to this. And, you may hear CMMC, but it's important to understand that there's two really key rules associated to this. And Title 32 is the first component of this rule. And this is really the kind of the meat and potatoes of CMMC. And the proposed rule was issued in December of 2023. And there's a much longer history to this, but I want to focus on where we are right now. This particular rule went through a process called rulemaking, and it went for public comment in February. Once it went for it went out for public comment in December. It closed at the end of February. The DoD then went through the adjudication process. So they took all the comments and then they started to address those comments. And then they've resubmitted it back to the White House for review. And what we're waiting on at this point is actually the publishing of this particular Title 32 rule to the Federal Registry. And once that occurs, there is a 60-day clock that starts. And once that 60-day clock ends, CMC will become a established program, established CMC DoD program. So, when we're talking about the registry, you see the RIN number there. That is actually the listing within the Federal Registry for this particular rule. So again, we are talking about a very short time window, and the rule is due to release, to the Federal Registry in the coming months. And I'm talking, within a few months. And then again, that 60-day clock hits. Now, when we're talking about Title 48, Title 48 actually did not occur. The proposed rule wasn't released for public comment until July. So that is actually behind the Title 32 rule. But what that actually does is that is more around the federal acquisition side, right? How things are going to be contracted. And what is going to happen is the Title 32 rule is going to go live first, which means that CMC will become an established program. But then Title 48 will follow at some point. And what will happen when that becomes final and published to the Federal Registry, that will then mean that you will start to see CMMC in contracts. Okay. So if you ever hear about Title 32 or Title 48, just understand kind of that's what's being referenced here. Now let's move on and talk a little bit about, the CMMC and why it's important, because when we look at this, it is directly tied to the National Cybersecurity Strategy that was published last year. And what it does is it establishes this kind of consistency between how we're all going to work together, right? We're going to ensure that public and private sector are collaborating, that we are going to make sure that there's accountability. And speaking of accountability, if any of you are familiar with what happened in August of, this last month, and we're talking about Georgia Tech, we're talking about true accountability. Georgia Tech is actually being pursued by the Department of Justice now because they did not actually facilitate proper cyber hygiene when they were working with the government on a research project. So, you can find a lot more information out there, but you will start to see a lot more of this in the coming years, because the DOJ had actually hired specific attorneys that are going to be focused on this. And they're going to be looking to these organizations to ensure that they are actually following these programs. And if they are not conducting proper cyber hygiene to protect CUI data for the DoD and their contracts, you will start to see more lawsuits. But ultimately, what is most important is that how CMC aligns to this broader strategy that you may already be familiar with. So the ecosystem itself is kind of the next thing I'd like to talk to you about. So at the Cyber AB, which is run by Matt Travis, who is actually in South Korea right now. And what that particular part of the organization does is that the Cyber AB is responsible for taking care of the ecosystem. And when I'm talking about the ecosystem, I'm talking about the people and organizations participating. And what they're doing is they are responsible for authorizing the CMC third-party assessment organizations, the accreditation of the CMC third-party or the registered practitioner organizations. They are also responsible for the RPs, which are registered practitioners. And then they are also responsible for ultimately the defense industrial base, right? So what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this ecosystem is the defense industrial base, which are the customers, right? They're the ones that are holding the contracts that are going to be required to have these level 2 assessments to actually work with the DoD in these contracts that have CUI. All right. Sometimes you may hear them referred to as OSCs, which are organizations seeking certification. So if you hear DIB or OSC, we're actually talking about the same thing. Then we're talking about the C3POs. And as I said, these are the assessment organizations. These are the organizations that are responsible for going in to those DIB companies or those OSCs, and they are responsible for conducting the assessments utilizing assessors that have been trained and certified by the CAICO. Then we have the RPOs, which are the Registered Practitioner Organization. And those particular organizations are actually responsible for assisting OSCs that are going to be looking to be assessed. So think of these as consulting organizations that come in and help you prepare for your CMC assessment. But beyond that, a great RPO will do not only just preparing you for your CMC assessment, but they're going to be looking at your organization from a true cyber hygiene perspective. And they're going to be identifying gaps and things that you need to be doing to ensuring that you're not only protecting your organization now, but you're building that long-term resiliency for your organization. So that's kind of the role of the RPO. And those RPOs employ and or contract RPs or RPAs. And those are either registered practitioners who have been trained to come in and assist in prepping organizations for CMMC, or you may have an RPA, which is an advanced level RP that could be on that team as well. And so the AB is responsible for ensuring that we have all these organizations supported as they start to pursue CMMC. Now, the C3POs themselves, just to be clear, will also have to pursue accreditation with ISO. They're going to have to get 1720 as an organization to ensure they meet the standards to then assess those particular DIB and or OSC organizations. So there's a lot on the plate of the Cyber AB. And when I'm talking about the Cyber AB, if you ever want any information, I highly recommend going to the Cyber AB website. That is where you will find the marketplace, in which you will find any of the organizations or individuals I'm talking about listed. These are the people that are trained or certified or have gone through accreditation as an organization to participate in the ecosystem. They can be found on the marketplace. The other thing that you will find there is a lot of information about CMC as a whole, obviously, but you will also find within the events page the previous town halls. The last Tuesday of every month at 6 p.m. Eastern time, the Cyber AB conducts our town hall. It's a 1-hour session, really just to kind of give you the pulse of what is happening with CMMC, and oftentimes we have guests and other things. So I highly recommend, if you really are trying to get immersed within CMMC, please go to the AB website to register. Now, let me talk about my organization a little bit. We are responsible for the certified individuals, right? So these are the individuals that are required to go into those organizations and assess. And there are actually 2 certification programs that are required to actually become a level 2 assessor. And the first role is the CMMC certified professional, or oftentimes referred to as a CCP. Now, I did a session with SANS back in July, and I kind of talked about the roles and opportunities. And since July, we actually have new information clarified based upon the proposed rule from the DoD that we want to make sure to share with you, because there are requirements for certifications that are new and have changed. So in reviewing the rule, they have clarified their intent in terms of what it will take to become certified as a CCP. So a CCP would be the person that could potentially go in and also work with like an RPO. They could work with their own organization. Oftentimes, we also have people pursue CCP training just to get kind of that baseline knowledge of like what's going to happen with CMMC and understanding the ecosystem. But if you're choosing to kind of move down the path of becoming a level 2 assessor for CMMC, then actually, if we can go back one, you need to be a CCP first. You cannot be one without the other. And that requires that you're going to be completing an application with the Cyber AB. It's on the Cyber AB website, but you'll be working directly with the CAICO. You'll be signing a code of professional conduct, an agreement. You're going to be filling out your application and your information. You're going to be paying your initial application fee. And that is kind of what we consider enrolling with the, the ecosystem, right? To start to become an assessor. And in doing so, you are then ready to go to your CCP training. Now, I will say, if you're just going to go for training just for general information, you don't necessarily need to enroll with the ecosystem. This is really more about kind of moving down the certification path. Once you've done that, then what you're going to do is you're going to enroll with a CCP in a CCP course. And you're going to find that through what is called an approved training provider. And they can be found in the marketplace. Now, currently, we're in the process of making a transition from licensed LTP to ATP. So if you're on the actual marketplace, you're going to be looking for providers that are called licensed training providers for now, and then they'll transition to ATP. That's where you'll find the companies that are offering the approved curriculum. I will tell you right now, when it comes to anything CMMC training wise, do not take training from anybody if they are not listed on the marketplace, if you are planning to pursue certification. If you take training through somebody who is not an LTP, You will not have access to the exam. These are not public exams. They have to go through a very specific process based upon the rule. So I just want to make sure that disclaimer is out there right off the bat. So once you've taken your training, then you pass your exam. The key thing that you will have to have before earning your certification is you are going to be required to obtain a Tier 3 background investigation. Now, Tier 3 is the DoD approved background check that they would conduct for US citizens. I will say, if you are outside of the US or you're not a US citizen, there will be an alternative path, which is going to be equivalent to the Tier 3, but we're waiting for the DoD to provide what those programs are that will qualify as equivalent. So now we can move ahead to CCA. So CCA is, when we look at this, CCA are the level 2 assessors that are approved by the DoD to conduct the level 2 assessments. And so they'll have access to the CUI information. They'll be working with the team as a whole to conduct those assessments. What you need to do to become a CCA is, first and foremost, you need to be a CCP, as I indicated before. And that means that you hold that certification, completed the training, the exam, and the Tier 3. Or equivalent background check. Then you can come in and you can apply to become a CCA. Similar process as CCP. You'll be filling out information and providing all of that. You'll take your course through an approved training provider. You'll pass your CCA exam. Now, because you went through CCP and you had to have a Tier 3, you should already have that met by the time that you reach your CCA. But I will say these have to be active clearances. So if you hold an older clearance and you apply, that could be approved, but if it expires, then obviously you're going to have to get that up to date to maintain these certifications. Here's the other thing too. When I'm talking about opportunities for individuals in cyber, these are great job opportunities because a lot of individuals do this as kind of a contract side gig. They go in and they conduct these assessments. But what we know is that, you know, the importance of doing this means that you have to have certain skills and experience to be able to do that. And so what the rule is indicating and what we are looking for is that you will have to verify that you have 3 years of cybersecurity experience, and you'll have to verify that you have 1 year of assessment or audit experience. Now, I know those seem very general statements, and that's the way it's written in the rule currently. On the town hall in September, I will be going through a little bit more specifics in terms of what we will be looking at and vetting from that application process to qualify. The last requirement of this is regarding 8140. As we know, 8140 has now replaced 8570. And we look at 8140 and we're looking at the career pathways. What we're looking at is actually work role ID 612. Okay, and that is the security control assessor. And when we're talking about becoming a CCA, you are required to hold 1 active certification from this particular matrix. Now, I put the link up above because those of you familiar with 8570 and 8140 know that these lists can change. New certifications can be added or deleted as it progresses. But as of today, this is the current listing. And what CCAs are required to do is hold at least one of these certifications at an intermediate level or above. So intermediate, advanced, any of these certifications would qualify as long as they are active. So those are kind of the requirements to become a CCP and or a CCA. But again, what the highlight of that is that these are great opportunities because most of you probably on this call already meet a lot of these requirements. You're already there. You're already down this path. And so this could be a great opportunity for you to, go through the certification process, the training and certification processes, and then allow yourself, to be able to work directly with these C3POs. When we're talking about the ecosystem for CMMC, we're talking about primes, subs, and then again, kind of that Tier 3 under the subs that are going to be required to have this level 2 assessment. So we are talking tens of thousands of organizations that are going to be required to go through this. And as I said, in the Title 48 rule, once that becomes a final rule in the Federal Registry, it will be written into contracts. And so to bid on contracts, you're going to have that. You're going to have a level 2 CMMC. And I will tell you, there's a lot of people that have been waiting because they didn't think it was coming. It is coming. And so it is going to be here soon. So I would say, get moving, look at this. Because if you are a prime or you're offering goods or services, or even if you're in the MSP space or CSP space, any of those service providers are also going to be held accountable to this, because they are the vendor potentially holding the data or providing services back to that prime contract, or to that small to mid-sized business who are choosing to use service providers from a cost efficiency perspective. Those are all organizations that are going to be held accountable to this level 2. I would also say, if you're not even in this DoD DEB ecosystem, right, and you're not doing the contracts and you don't anticipate this, as was just spoken about, NIST 800-171 is a great standard. If we're going to be looking at where we want to start there. And again, I mentioned this before, Rev 2, and I want to reiterate Rev 2 because we do know Rev 3 is out for 800-171. But this first rule that will be finalized in the coming months is going to be based on Rev 2. And so from an organizational hygiene perspective, CMC is a great thing to look at because, again, this is being adopted by the DoD and all of its partners, and it's going to be rolled out even more broadly. So you're going to start really seeing this, if you're not already, you will start to hear about it and you will start to see this more frequently. So the last points I wanted to make, again, is get engaged now. Right? Learn about CMMC if you're not familiar with it. You want to understand that this is not going away. Once this is codified, the only thing that we're going to start seeing is revisions over time. As NIST changes, as cybersecurity changes, you will start to see it changing over time. But it isn't going anywhere, and it's going to be out there. And you have an ecosystem available to you. When I was talking a little bit about it, you can use RPO organizations to help you prepare, or just do that basic cyber hygiene, gap analysis. I mean, that's just a great piece of information to have in terms of understanding your organization as a whole. You can use your RPs for that. You can use your C3POs. Some people use C3POs to do mocks. Right? They'll go in and do a mock assessment with an organization just to see how things are going to go. So there is help out there for you. And these individuals are trained and certified when we're talking about your CCPs and your CCAs. And then you also have your registered practitioners and your advanced. These are people in the ecosystem that are here to help you and your organization. So take advantage of that, because there were a lot of delays that made people think CMC isn't happening, but we're here. It's coming. It's coming. It's here. So, talk to your community, talk to your MSPs, see what they're doing, see what your CSPs are doing, and really start to understand how this is going to impact your organization as a whole, because it isn't just about the IT department. It's about the whole organization. And being compliant is going to be key. So the future really is now for CMMC. And I want to thank you all again today for your time and attention. And I'm hoping this is helpful. I've provided some information here. These are kind of key resources to you. As I indicated before, the Cyber AB website. We'll be launching a Keiko website here soon as well. And then if you really want to know the nitty gritty and you want to see the assessment guides and the scoping guides and all the detailed documentation associated to CMC, please visit the DoD CIO site. That is where all the CMMC source documentation is housed. So thank you again.
Hey, thank you so much, Kyle. That was really that was a great presentation, and it's really interesting because it is true. A lot of people have been like, "Is CMMC gonna happen? When is it gonna happen? Do I need to be worried about it?" So it's really good to hear from you of when it's going to happen, that it's just around the corner. I had one quick question, if that's okay, because we have to get on to Heather, which is there a plan for EU, UK based suppliers? So currently CCAs and CCPs need to achieve DoD Tier 3 determinations, have to be US citizens. Is there a plan to expand this?
Yeah, that is actually going to be what the equivalents are. So what the DoD is doing is they're working with the countries that are interested in participating in CMMC and setting up kind of their own programs. They will be working with them to say which programs within your countries would qualify for appropriate background checks. And then they would obviously be vetting that against their Tier 3 criteria. And then that is when they would publish a list to us. And then we would be able to say, if you're in the UK, here are the programs that qualify that if you hold these clearances, background investigations, then you would qualify. So they'll be providing that.
Okay, that was very helpful. Now moving on, we actually, as our closure, we have Heather. Heather's she's a top tier SANS instructor. She's also a fellow. She's one of my favorite instructors, faculty members over here. I got to see this talk. I'm really looking forward to seeing this talk myself. So I think it's going to be amazing. Heather is also, I think, one of the few or only, I think, 5-time plus RSA conference, not speaker, but keynote speaker. So hopefully I've I've built you up, Heather, but you are always one of my favorites. So.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, I'm going to see if I can share my screen here. One moment. All right, it looks like you can see that, so hopefully all is good there. I am not going to introduce myself. Brian just did a wonderful job. I've been doing digital forensics for a little over 21 years. And I will say that sometimes stepping out from behind your desk and into an environment where you're speaking to executives can be really intimidating. So my goal is to help you learn tips and tricks to get beyond that. The big thing that most people don't even think about, because you're going into a room with executives or people who are truly at a higher pay scale than you, what you say can make a difference. They truly may not understand completely what you do and your impact to the organization. So they can make the change, but you have to verbalize it. And that's really important to understand. You have the opportunity to tell them what the risks are, what the risk to the organization is going to be if they do or don't do recommended actions. So what I recommend is you stick to the facts. Tell them exactly what they need to know. If there's any details or screenshots or things that would really take you into the weeds, just make sure that you save those for the end. And I would keep those strictly for questions. So again, what do they need to know? Why are you there? And how can they honestly feel the impact of making the difference? Now, if you have never considered that you may not belong at the table, what I really want to recommend is check imposter syndrome at the door. You were invited to speak to these people for a reason. Someone else on your team could have done it, but you are the one that they chose. I showed my son this picture yesterday and tried to explain to him what imposter syndrome is. When you look in the mirror and you see yourself, but you almost have to envision yourself with a cape or trophies, just belonging there. There is a difference, and I have this in a slide coming up. There is a difference in confidence and arrogance. Be confident in your voice. Understand that they asked you to come there because you're explaining something that they may not understand. You are the cyber expert. Knowing your audience is a huge help in every single talk you're ever going to do. One of the things that I will typically do, and I reached out to Brian saying, who do you think the audience will be? When I speak at RSA, who is my audience going to be? If I'm walking into a technical forensic conference, the audience is always different. And 3 things that I try to keep in mind: authority, energy, and awareness. So let's start with awareness. We're actually going to start at the bottom of this slide. What are the concerns and what are your goals? If you can align anything you're speaking about to the strategic goals of the company, you will have the exec team listening immediately. If you highlight the risks and how the risk could impact their reputation or them financially, again, you're going to have a listening ear. For your energy, and I'm going to say this several times throughout this presentation, you have to learn to read the room. That is a skill that I think many good speakers possess. You have to understand if your message is making people seem dulled, or they're just glazing over, or they're doing something else, checking their phones, change the energy. Maybe ask a question. Maybe make a joke that's relevant and appropriate for that room. And then again, back to authority. You deserve to be there. And this is where you really have to learn how to let your confidence come out in a way that they will respect you. Now, unpopular opinion here. Let's say you are speaking to myself as a woman. If I go into a room of 60-year-old men, how I approach that would probably be different than if I went into a room with a bunch of 40-year-old women. So you have to do whatever makes you gut check yourself to know that you do belong there and that you remain confident and steady in your opinions. First impressions, you can't get a second chance at that. I truly believe that your first few sentences are going to be the focus of what they remember of you being in that room. So choose wisely. You need to make sure you start with almost your elevator pitch. And I hear this all the time. What's the elevator pitch? Why should I do this thing or why should I do that? Try to keep it to 3 sentences. You, again, company reputation, company financial, and what is the risk? So almost a fear tactic that kind of catches people off guard could assist you here. If you're like, this is going to happen. However, we are prepared. You hired the right people to do cyber, and this is how we're going to fix it. Summarizing key points. What are your goals of this meeting? What do they need to know? And then the most important one, and this is one that I struggle with all the time. If you need something from that meeting, how are you going to track the action items? Do you need that team to make an immediate decision? Is it simply that they just need to hear you? Do you need follow-up meetings? Do you need financial support? So all of these key things, the actions must be provided up front. Something I started doing was actually putting the agenda and then my second slide, actions. So it's fresh in their mind while you still have their attention. If you have a meeting that's going to last 30 minutes, I would say within the first 10, you need to cover these key things that must be accomplished. That way you don't lose anyone's attention. So always remember, start out strong. If you feel like you're losing their attention, and I found this little graphic here where it's the little person just holding up the sign, listen to me. Try to find a way that you can make them listen. So is there a real world example out there that would really resonate with the organization that you're speaking to? If you can take those scenarios and make them relevant, I guarantee you're going to have their attention. If you listen and you highlight key risks and impacts, they will also listen. Be clear on your outcomes. So this is where you have to be firm. If you know what you are speaking on and you are 100% confident in it, don't let someone who does not have your experience sway your messaging. If you feel like you're losing the room, maybe take a breath, take a sip of water, figure out why, and readdress. You can also engage them. You can ask, are there any questions? Does anybody need to see anything or hear anything again? Just to make sure you're all on the same page. This little graphic here is, I think, true for almost every aspect of our lives, if you think about it. So what you want to say versus what someone's actually interested in, and then the relevance, you need to limit what you're presenting to what they actually need to know. In cyber, I think this is really difficult for us. We like to talk. We are proud of our work. We are proud of what we do every single day and our methodologies. You need to limit technical jargon. If you say a word that someone doesn't understand, this is one of the easiest ways to have someone zone out. So you want to make sure you're not doing that. Think top line didn't read and bottom line up front. Why are they there? If you think of every meeting that you're presenting to a C-suite or executive team, think of it as a 9-page PDF. They're going to read that first paragraph and they want to know what the takeaways are in the last. Your job is to jazz up the pages in between as much as possible. You need to be dynamic. You need to make sure you're engaging the audience where possible. And some advice that I have learned over the years is do not apologize. If someone tries to correct you and says, this is not what this meeting is for, don't stop and say, I'm sorry. You could say, I must have misunderstood. However, here is what I am prepared to present to you. So don't go in there apologizing immediately. I can tell you that my CEO at my day job does not like that. And immediately, if someone apologizes, they're looked at a little bit differently. However, if you stand your ground and you explain to them, you are here because there's a risk to the organization and you have a suggestion on how to fix it. You have action items and then tell them what their return on investment is. You, I guarantee, will keep their attention. So just again, know your audience. I cannot stress that enough. As far as making an impact, you want to be invited back. Some of you may think, I never want to be invited back. And I feel you on that, but you do. You want to be the voice. You want to be that credible person that people rely upon. So when we're looking at some of these things here, present based upon your experience. If you are presenting on behalf of your team, state that. State that my team has done X, Y, and Z, and I am presenting to you because I am the team lead or I was the chosen one. Whatever you want to say, just make sure you understand what you are presenting. You don't want to walk in there with some random information that someone else provided to you and you are simply the mouthpiece, because they could come back with questions that you must be prepared to answer. And this is really important. When you make recommendations, what's the priority? So let's assume that you're going to make 3 recommendations. What 2 must be done? So if you can associate any risk and return, again, for the organization, that's a good way for you to get things accomplished. All your recommendations have to align. And this is really important. If they don't, it will be a harder sell for you. Now, when I just said sell, something that I find is anytime I'm presenting to executives or the board, you have to think of it as you're trying to sell them something that is happening. You're selling a risk. You're selling a solution. Maybe you're selling your team expanding. There could be many things, but you're essentially becoming a salesperson, which I know many in cyber, in digital forensics, we're not really the extroverted salespeople type. So you almost have to put on that little persona hat, look yourself in the mirror, and remind yourself that you actually can do this. Close out actions. Why are you there? So you're not just going in as a meet and greet. Most often you are there to serve a purpose. What do you need to help you solve what you entered that room for? So decisions must be made timely. And this is where you may get a lot of pushback. From my experience, this is where they want to delay, or they say someone that's not in the room should help decide. Make executives take ownership of their teams that will make those decisions. Set deadlines and make sure you actually track them and follow up, because it's going to show that you can do this job, you can track the actions, and you can make the change in cyber. Only use visuals if they're easy to understand. So what you don't want is a slide that is so wordy that as soon as you start speaking, they're already reading and not listening to you. Keep the bullets to a minimum. If you can, keep reminding them of actions. If you have something that they can physically take with them that will help, definitely do that. But you don't want anything that's going to be overly technical or easy to misinterpret or hard to understand. So again, you really need to present this data in a way that highlights exactly what you are seeing and what you are asking for. Your recommendations matter. Only, and I cannot stress this enough, only do a demonstration if it is going to add impact. So if you want to demonstrate something, let's say that there is a potential cybersecurity attack, and you want to show how this lateral movement could happen. As soon as I say lateral movement, some people may already be done. They're already done listening to me. So now I've lost a certain group. If I bring up something on a computer and start showing it, and it makes no sense, now I've lost the entire room. Now, if you have a few graphics and you're saying, okay, here's a person on a computer, this is the computer, a bad thing comes in, and this is how it hits our network, this is what it will cost us, and this is how we're going to fix it, simplify it. People would probably understand that. So just also assume that everyone in the room is unsure of what you're saying. Nobody understands terms like lateral movement. That may not be the case, but you have to assume it. That way you're not embarrassing someone that will not ask you otherwise and is just tuning you out. You want these people to listen to you. You want them to respect you, and you want them to feel comfortable having an open conversation. So if you are just making assumptions that nobody knows, you're making everyone comfortable. Now let's talk about the resources. This is a big one for the executive team. What's the cost? So think about this. You're going in and you're saying that there are threats, there are things that could be changed. They want to know, what's it going to cost them to actually do this? You need to be clear on this. If you're not sure, do not guess. You don't want to say that something is going to cost a low amount and then it ends up costing so much more. So make sure you discuss resource allocations and also what's the benefit. If it is an expensive suggestion, why should they actually do it? If they're going to make a decision that is actually unnecessary, you can also sway them from spending so much money if it's not necessary. So return on investment, huge, cost benefit analysis, and then you have to be ready for all the questions. So typical questions: how does this impact the business? How does this impact the reputation? Reputation is huge. Most people don't want a bad reputation for any risk factor. You need to be prepared to mitigate that. You also have to be prepared to say, I don't know. And always remember, it's okay to say that. It's better to say that you don't know, and you can ask your team, you can reach out to others, but also give them a deadline on when you will find out. So if it's truly your job to find out, if you need to do some cost analysis, you need to provide additional recommendations. When you go through those task items at the end, you will say, I will have this done to you by Monday. This task is assigned to person A, this task to person B. I need these within 2 weeks. So you must be the one that's controlling the crowd, controlling the room, and controlling the action items. Your closing matters just as much as your elevator pitch at the beginning. So again, if we think of our meetings with these people as a PDF, they're reading the beginning and they're looking at the end. Why were you in this room? That is the biggest thing. You don't want them to close the meeting and forget what you even started with. So you need to summarize those key takeaways. Remind them, one, why you were invited to that seat at the table, and two, why you're making these recommendations. You are qualified to do this, and you have made key topics. You brought them in. They're now aware. You've associated the risks, and you provided proposed action items. You need to make sure that all of these actions are addressed. And that is something that, again, I've struggled with. I took a class with Harvard Business School online, and one of the biggest takeaways for me was upward management. Most people are good at managing downward, and because they see themselves at a higher level, and they will manage downward nonstop. Most of us struggle managing upward. So helping your manager do a better job, helping the CEO understand. We all need to do a better job at that. So you have a seat at that table. You need to make sure that the actions are not only heard, but that they're addressed. What is going to happen next? Outline the next steps and include everyone that was in the meeting on that messaging. Set follow-up meetings. Assign the responsibilities. And again, I cannot stress this enough. Don't let them say, okay, at the next meeting, we'll invite person. Why? No. Let's have someone in that room be their executive sponsor. And when you assign executive sponsors to things, you will see that they then have the financial and professional backing that a team needs to make these decisions. And that's a big one there. When you schedule your follow-up meetings, keep in mind that boards and C-suites are typically extremely busy people. They have a lot of meetings. Don't waste time. Make the most of the meeting time. You can do this by controlling the agenda. If it runs late and it's not your fault, if it runs late because the conversation is so good or they're asking a lot of questions, instead of apologizing, thank them. Thank them for the time. Thank them for the additional time. Let them know that you're aware that they're extremely busy and that you appreciate them taking the time for you to cover this topic with them. Always encourage open conversation unless you're with a disruptive group. And this goes back to knowing your audience. If you know that you have one person in the room that will try to overtake your conversation, try to step back, try to say all questions at the end. You must stay on track. You have a lot to get through. Now, a good example here, you could have a CISO or a CTO in the room that is also extremely technical, and they may want to chime in more than there is time for. So read the room and control the room. That is something that is difficult, I know, for a lot of people who are used to sitting behind a computer and a safety net, but you must do this. It's really important. And again, while you know you deserve to be at that table, you want to be invited back. So express the gratitude for their time, for them listening to you, and make sure when a change is made that you were standing behind, that you thank the person that really had your back and represented you in that decision. A few resources that I would like to mention to you. So the first is SANS Sec 403. This is the SANS course, Secrets to Successful Cybersecurity Presentations. Alan Paller, John Hubbard, and I are the authors of this course. It's a short course format that really focuses on every type of presentation and how to deliver it 100% every single time, whether you're in person or virtual. And I think that's a really good thing to consider is if you're presenting virtually to an exec team, you need to be prepared. You need to make sure you look professional, that your lighting is good, your microphone is good, that you are equally prepared as if you were sitting in the room with those individuals. There's always training for everyone. I still like to take training. I mentioned that I did the Harvard Business School. There's stuff on LinkedIn. So the LinkedIn learning is actually pretty interesting. And I started following this. I found two that may be of interest to you. One is presenting to senior executives, and the other is presenting to C-suite execs. And I listed those two here specifically with the capitalization and how everything looks. So if you go to LinkedIn, you can check those out. But you can also read blogs on this. So I recommend CIO.com, Gartner, and the Harvard Business Review. Forbes has done some good articles on resources like this. My co-author of my SANS smartphone course, Lee Crognelli, and I, we have done presenting virtually on cybersecurity through the SANS Security Awareness Program. So you can always go back and watch those webinars as well. But the more you watch and absorb delivery methods by others, I think the better you will be. Something else I would challenge you on and encourage you to do. If you are ever present and watching someone present to an executive team or a board, take notes. Watch not only the presenter, but watch the audience. What do the presenters do that catches the audience attention? Are there things that seem to make the audience glaze over or lose interest? Did they have slides? Did they simply talk? And this is, again, going back to knowing your audience. If you know your audience requires slides, then you must do slides. If you know it's best to not distract your audience with slides and you simply want to go in and hand out a paper agenda and then have action items printed, you can do that as well. This is where you have to learn to control the room. If anyone has ever done the masterclass, I did a lot of the cooking ones, which are completely irrelevant, but there are some Toastmasters and learning how to present to different people and storytelling those can really assist you in these types of situations. And I think a lot of people don't think about what all you can easily absorb by listening to others. I can tell you the person I am when I take the stage at RSA is different than the person I am in the classroom, than the person I am when I'm even presenting to you right now. So depending on the topic, depending on the audience, that is how I personally learn how to speak to my crowd, hopefully keep your attention, engage you. Virtual is probably the most difficult because you can't see anyone. So you really have to almost psych yourself up to talk to yourself. And I know that sounds wild, but if you don't see other people's pictures, or if everyone's muted and you only see their names, it's hard to remain engaged as a speaker. So assume that anyone that is listening can see you, that you can see them. And I think that will help you along the way because it's definitely helped me. There are many ways to reach me, and I left a few minutes for questions. Here you can see I have many different names. So on Twitter or X, it's at Heather Mahalik. On LinkedIn, you can see Heather Barnhart Celebrate. And then I have my SANS email listed here. If you ever need recommendations on presentation styles or resources, or even just a confidence boost on why you belong in the room, at the table, in your current position, there's a great networking out there for you. Attend summits. If you are listening to this right now and you think I'm never going to be presenting to the board or a C-suite, why not present at a SANS summit? Throw your name in the hat. At SANS, we try to not pick. We don't want it to be all SANS instructors. We want people from the community doing talks like this. Reach out to someone else that will speak with you. The more you talk, the better you will be confidence-wise in front of a group. Brian, are there any questions?
So,
Thank
Heather,
you, Peter. See, this is good. I get to see some things popping up, and then it helps be engaged.
So, Heather, we don't have any questions. We've had a lot of really, really good feedback. As you're seeing, it's popping up of people just talking about. I mean, this was amazing. I learned a lot actually by listening to this presentation. So, but as interesting as it sounds, no questions, a lot of amazing feedback, just one after another after another. So we really do appreciate your time. This was amazing. Like I said, I think I learned a lot. And just seeing all the feedback here, I mean, it's just popping up again and again and again of just how great this presentation was and how useful it was.
Thank you, Brian. You know what? There was a comment that just came across. These meetings that you will have with the board and the C-suite may be some of the most important that you will have because they control what kind of work you get to do in those organizations. They control the funding, they control the people, they control all the access that you have. So you need to treat it accordingly.
That's a very, very good point. And, you know, one of the things that you did bring up was about the SANS summits. We have a whole series of those. I'm going to actually close with a couple of the summits that we have coming up and some of the free resources. But with Heather, I wanted to check with you before we moved on. Any closing thoughts? Anything that you would like to mention? This was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much for putting it together. So I think this was really helpful. And I know it's something that people really struggle with in this industry. You know, we have a lot of introverts, if that's fair to say, right? And so being able to talk to the C-suite, the boards, it's very intimidating. So it's, you know, I loved how you talked about it, how you should work with them, the imposter syndrome, how you kind of almost in some ways, you got to think of yourself differently, right? And put yourself in a different light.
You really do. Absolutely. And I think the more research and the more you believe on the topic, the better off you will be.
Well, I was going to say thank you so much, Heather. I'm going to go ahead and move on because I wanted to give everybody all the resources and just kind of bring it to closure. So I think a lot of people don't necessarily know that SANS has a ton of free resources all the time. And so I do want to go ahead and make sure that people know that, all those resources that are available. So I know that I mentioned this a couple times, but there is going to be a brand new NIS2 survey results. Like I said, I've seen it. It's amazing. I learned a lot from it. It's going to be released in mid-October. If you look right there, you can actually see the cover of it. And so it's going to be talking about what organizations care about, how they're preparing. We do actually have resource sites, and they're always continuously being updated on NIS2, SEC, DoD 8140. We're always trying to build more and more content. So we also do webcasts all the time. We've done them in the past on all the topics we've talked today. We've also done ones that we're looking to do here in the future on CMMC, especially as Kyle's mentioned, as it's moving forward to the next step and that 60 days now actually happens. We also do ones on workforce frameworks, including the ECSF on a NICE framework. So some great resources that we have, the CISO network. There's no vendors. It's limited to management level only. So you actually, when you apply, you have to be selected for that. We just did a CISO network presentation yesterday. There was a whole bunch of people that came out to that. There's typically about 4 to 6 presentations that go on. Part of the idea behind that is also networking. It does involve SANS, but it also involves industry experts. Heather did mention about our summits. They are tied to work roles and mission. They're free virtual or low cost in person, and they're kind of very specific. So for example, we have a DFIR, which is Forensics and Incident Response, coming up here in Europe, here on September 29th. We do have a CloudSec Next on September 30th through October 1st. We do have our Cyber Threat London coming on December 9th through 10th. And these are just some of the highlights. Like we have a pen test Hackfest that's coming up. We go anywhere from very technical to very leadership. And so you'll see here, we actually have a leadership summit coming up here in spring 2025. Probably one of our most popular ones is we do an ICS summit. It's actually always held at Walt Disney World. We've been doing it at the Contemporary Resort. It's already scheduled for next year. It's going to be June 15th. We also have an awareness summit that's on August 2025. So those are for the people that actually do head up those programs. One that I'm very excited about that we're doing as far as the summit is we're going to be doing our first summit for cyber talent managers. So those are going to be for the people that do the hiring and recruitment and retainment of workers. Right now, that's scheduled to be in the Washington, D.C. area in May 2025. So tied with that, we actually have a workforce study. You can actually pull that up. The idea behind the workforce study was there's been a lot of studies in the past that talk about the headcount gap problem. We really wanted to focus on the skills and the expectations gap. And we involved case studies. So that way people just didn't have data. There was stories to back up all these things of why you're seeing certain things in the workforce study. We did it originally this year in America. We did that because we wanted to kind of just test it out, kind of learn from it. We've learned a lot from it. So 2025, we are going international, which is something I'm really excited about. You did hear earlier today about the Internet Storm Center. So I always say it's kind of like the early warning system for the industry. So I always kind of call it the news in some ways of our industry of what potential things are happening. And it's maintained by a whole network of people that maintain some of the largest networks out there. So for example, Microsoft actually has a staff that watches our Internet Storm Center for ideas of what things they need to do when you have your patch on Tuesday. So one of the things I always love, Ed Scotus puts this together every year, is a holiday hackfest as we're starting to get close to the holidays. This one sells out every year. People look forward to it. It has become so big. We even have music that's produced specifically for this holiday hackfest. We do have cybersecurity challenges, range, Golden Ring talks. Ed has not told us yet what the topic is going to be or what the theme is, but it's always helping Santa Claus. And sometimes it may be based on The Nightmare Before Christmas, Charlie Brown. things that have been kind of very well known in the industry. Something that you should keep a lookout since it's come up today. We actually have mapped our courses and certs to work roles. That's the NIS, the NICE, and the ECSF, which is over there in Europe. So I just have to throw out there just a couple quick things. GX certifications. We actually offer over 45 certifications tied to work roles. They could be anything from a forensics analyst, threat analyst, SOC that you just heard Heather talk about, cyber leadership, cloud, risk management. One thing I think that really makes GX certifications a little bit different is we have incorporated into a bunch of our certifications Cyber Live, which is lab-based testing. So in other words, it's not just an ABCD. It could be go into a VMware box and do the following commands. We do actually have a series of new GX exams. They're top-tiered based on work experience. So the goal is in some ways, I always say they're kind of built for the Top Gun, Navy SEALs type of folks. We also have a series of stackable certifications, multiple certifications. And our certifications, just so you know, are updated upwards of multiple times a year to stay current. So that's sometimes an argument about certifications. They were built to be legally defensible. They were built on best practices in the certification marketplace that go way beyond cybersecurity. One thing that a lot of people may or may not know is we actually have a master's, and it's fully accredited, undergraduate, and a certificate degree program. Those actually through, especially here in the US, have tuition reimbursement. You could also use GI Bill funds for that. Our master's program is actually the largest master's program in cybersecurity. It was built for people already in the industry. And so why do I talk about certification? Because it does show a skills validation, no different than a lawyer, doctor, CPA. So think of it in some ways as for security teams, they need to have it for shareholders, audits, clients, government reviews, management, board, shareholders, audits, insurance, courtroom, to really show validation of their staff. They can be used to validate on reports and projects with top industry respected certifications tied to skills. They really are built by top practitioners in our industry. You got to see a bunch of them today. And some of those, those topics include anything from ICS, cyber defense, risk assessment, controls. So I'm going to finish up because you got to see a bunch of the presentations today. Heather actually is an author in a bunch of our DFIR courses. That's our forensics courses. She also does that one that you got to see today about how to best present. That's our 403 course. But some of the highlights, and you probably got to hear those. So Steve that talked today on Star Wars actually has a cyber incident course. James Torella has a risk assessment course. We also have a management curriculum. We have a bunch of courses. The highlight that I put on here is our Management 514, Strategic Planning, Policy, and Leadership. ICS, you may want to look at our NERC Critical Infrastructure Protection course. Cyber Defense, and these are just some of the highlights. We have a Network Monitoring and Threat Detection. Forensics, we do have a new Ransomware and Cyber Extortion course. And Cloud, we do actually have a whole curriculum on that. We do have a Cloud Security for Leadership. So this is my contact information right here. I've actually been around for SANS long enough that actually you could even write me at brian@sans.org, BRIAN@sans.org. But this is my GIAC, which is the certification arm. So beyond that, I was going to say thank you so much to everybody that attended today. Thank you so much for the speakers. I really appreciate all the comments and everything. I'm going to stick around for a couple minutes in case there's any questions that I can help answer. And beyond that, thank you so much for attending today.